or a solid stick that's heavier. You can also use your train for machete fighting or short sword fighting. This is simple tool. It's a hollow tube that's light. And this, you can use it for training, meaning this is a training stick. So I can use this to practice for fighting with a heavy stick, like a weapon stick. It has more heft to it and it's harder. I can still use it to practice for fighting with a stick, like a real deal. Same dimensions or close to it. I can also use it to train machete fighting, sword fighting. Now, there's different ways to wield the stick. And if you look at my training videos when I do stick fighting, if I don't explain it, you might be able to tell when in the training I'm using the stick as a stick and when I'm using it as a sword or machete. So, what are the differences? With a stick, I want to hit the special collapsing baton with the tip of the stick. The very tip of the stick. And not in the middle or close to the middle. I want to hit with the very tip. With a machete, it can actually be an advantage to hitting further down. There's more cutting real estate. There's so much cutting it can do per centimeter of blade, see? So if you start cutting here, you impact here with the machete, and you have forward motion. Notice the length of blade. If there's an arm here, and this was a machete, with the stick, using it as a stick, I want to hit the tip of this. And that makes it hit harder. It hits harder at the tip of the stick. Blunt force trauma, like a collapsing baton. You don't want to hit with the middle. For maximum power impact, you want to hit with the tip. So all the force is concentrated to this little stick. A lot of collapsing batons will have a ball, or it looks like the top of a flagpole, where it has a thing to concentrate all that force in a small area. And bone breaking. Now, using this as a stick, if I'm thinking I'm playing for collapse on baton fighting, I'm looking to hit with the tip of the stick. Like a hammer. If you're hammering a nail, don't hit with the hammer, don't hit with the tip of the hammer. With a machete, so basically for extra power, for maximum power impact, wielding this training stick as a stick, not a machete or short sword. I want to hit with the tip like the silvery part. Here. If it's a machete, it can actually be more effective, the opposite, paradoxically, hitting in the middle. Because this relies on blunt force trauma. I have the most leverage and I hit the hardest with a hammer if I hit with the tip. Blunt force trauma. Now with a machete, if I hit like this, notice how much blade real estate is being dragged. And each inch of blade dragged over what I'm cutting gives me more cutting power. So if I want to cut something with a machete, it's like using a saw pretty much. You start not with the tip of the saw and pull, and then go back to the tip and pull. You start at the base and drag it, and then you get more cutting power that way. So with a stick, I want to hit with the tip. If I'm wielding it as a machete or short sword, it's actually like the inverse. Yeah, you can hit with the tip, but it's not as big of a deal if you don't. And it can actually be advantageous to hit with the middle. So with a stick, for maximum impact with my techniques, I want to connect with the tip of it. With a machete, it's not as important to connect with the tip. Of course, hitting with the tip can cause a lot of damage with a machete or sword. But hitting here and then sliding, you can actually make it cut more. If you want to cut something, if you think about this, if you want to cut something, you start at the base, so you have more length of blade, giving more cutting power. So if I want to cut something, this was a thick like a rope or paracord, and I want to cut it with a knife, I want to put it at the tip and push to cut it in one motion. If I want to cut it in one motion, swinging my arm, I want to put the base of the blade and then drag the whole blade to cut the maximum cutting power. So you can use a stick such as this, a hollow tube, to train both stick fighting and machete fighting. Let's talk a little bit more about the differences. So if I'm wielding as a stick, I can hit 360, see? I can hit, notice my thumb here, there's no blade alignment to be worried about. Now you can hit harder if you're hitting body mechanics, where you're hitting in front of your thumb. If I'm holding my thumb here, hitting with the part of the stick that's in front of my thumb, like straight lines. Now, with a stick, it relies on blunt force trauma, which means I can hit at the side, any which way, and I'm hitting. See? So with a stick, I can hit here. See? I can hit, holding it like this, hit my thumb. I can hit here, and don't try this at home, okay? But I can hit here, and I'm just tapping it. But I can feel this a low level pain signal, okay? So like if you're training knee strikes, something like this, or kids, you can feel a little bit, it's like, whatever, you can feel how hard you're hitting based off what you're feeling, and also what you're hearing and seeing what the audience is hearing. Now here's the point. It's like real-time tactile sense feedback, real-time feedback. So here, using it as a stick, I can hit with the side here, and I'm still hitting the little blunt force trauma. Now this is just light tapping, where you can imagine if you hold it and you really put some heft into it, like it's a cranium, and even just like swing it like this, sideways, you can do something. So with a stick, I can hit 360. I can hit the side. Here's my thumb, see? Here's my thumb. With a machete, I can only cut in front of my thumb, and blade alignment is important. Which means if I'm wielding this usually to train for machete or sword fighting, I have a cutting edge, and blade alignment is important. Which means it's going to be in front of my thumb. If I want to hurt you with the machete or the sword, I have to have the blade alignment right. It's only cutting in front of my thumb, the way I have my thumb position right now. Not the hand with, but the thumb is showing you the blade alignment. So the opposite side of the thumb is the blade. See? So if this is a machete, I can cut like this, I can cut like this, and like this, and like this, and like this, but I'm only cutting it from my thumb. With a stick, I can hold it, just the same grip, and hit this way, hit this way, anyway I'm swinging this, I'm hitting with the tube, and it relies on blunt force trauma, so it's not like one sharp side that you want to hit with to cause damage. It relies on blunt force trauma, which means I can hit here, I can pull back and hit with the back, I can hit in all kinds of ways that tube is impacting and hitting. Whereas if I'm wielding it, so yes, you can use one simple tool, a tube, a stick, to practice both stick fighting, and it makes sense that you use a light stick. So if I would get a collapsible baton, like what cops and girls have, that's this length, it would be better to train with this rather than the real thing, at least initially, to build up whatever like fringe muscle groups might be used to wielding a heavy object and things like this. So it's like progressive overload, meaning if I'm going to have a heavy baton and use it, it can be better to train first with a lower weight. If you look at like bodybuilding, you start with a low weight that you can control well and build up whatever muscle groups that are used for baton wielding. I'm building those muscle groups up with a low weight, which decreases the risk of injury and wear and tear on ligaments and stuff. And I'm strengthening my body for the use. Meaning, if I'm doing this with a light stick, whatever muscles I use in my body to do this with a light stick are being built to be able to do that with a heavier stick. Now, could I use a heavy stick already? Yes. But for training, getting many reps in and perfecting your form and things like this, it's better to use a light stick for training for fighting with a heavy stick. You can. So, something as simple as this, a hollow tube, I can use this both for training stick fighting, and I can use it training for stick fighting with a solid stick, like the Filipinos like a solid stick. That's called rata or something like this, whatever, they have like sticks. You can use this practice to fight with a solid stick that's not collapsible, or you can use it for training with a collapsible baton, and you can use it, the same tool, for practicing short sword fighting or machete fighting. A machete is pretty much like a sword. So if I'm wielding it, same tool I can use it to practice sword fighting, short sword fighting, machete fighting, and stick fighting. And there's going to be some differences in how I wield it. So it could be I start wielding it, like right now I'm using it like a stick, and then I switch to using it like a machete. So, for machete, use it as a short sword machete, I like to use my thumb here. And the blade line is in front of my thumb is the cutting side, so you can think that this is a machete. So if I want to cut something, I want to hit in front of my thumb to cut it, if this was a machete. And it's only cutting in front of the thumb like this. Whereas if it's a stick, I can wield it any which way. I can, like I said before, I can hit, look at the thumb. So the blade, if it's a machete, is only ready to cut down here. But if it's a stick, I can hit like this, 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 like any which way. And it's a tube, and it's blunt force trauma, not cutting that you do. And for stick fighting, I like to use the heavy grip with the thumb at the side. And for using it to train for sword fighting, machete fighting, I like to have my thumb at the back to keep track of blade alignment, which is the same gripping method I use for knife fighting training. If I'm using the regular grip cord, I like to have my thumb at the back. And if I'm using the reverse grip, thumb at the bottom. But if I'm holding a knife the regular way, I don't like to use the heavy grip, I like to use the thumb at the back a lot of times. Now obviously you can use it like this too, but here's the grip that I end up using a lot in training with the regular grip, the thumb at the back, and that grip works for a lot of blade designs. This is a miniature dagger. So we'll do a little bit. And there's so many different things I can do. You can use this just for body conditioning and like muscle building. Meaning I can use this to exercise my wrist and fingers while also using techniques. So it's like whatever way, the phone is delivering energy to the cranium right now. And if I can use finger power to hit, see, there's a lot of finger power, like arm punching. It's like finger hitting. And there's a lot of wrist and fingers used right now. And what am I doing? Well, one thing that I'm doing, see, with the fingers, if I do that enough, it's like an exercise for grip strength and your wrist strength, see, while also having experience with generating force, see. Like this is a way where I can hit hard enough, and I'm not losing control of the weapon, even though I'm mostly using like a loose grip, and then using my fingers and my wrist to hit. Another way to hit, and this is less likely to use than in a fight. I mean, if you use it as a weapon, like if you do it like this, but it's like there's things you can do that work for drills more than real world combat. There's things you can do to practice things that works really good for a drill, but doesn't translate. It's not like the most likely form or method or technique you end up using in a fight. Now, you don't only want to do the things that you wouldn't do in a fight, or least likely. But, for example, in a stick fight, I'm unlikely to hold it like this if I needed to use a stick to defend myself, like my life. I'm unlikely to have it. What is one of the risks? You easily disarm. So weapon retention is lower with this. I'm just having my fingers in. It's very easy for me to lose this, okay? At any point of time, from holding it to the impact, since it's only like the fingers, it's easier for me to lose this. But nonetheless, you can do this, and you're drilling, and you're learning experientially the energy flow, where I'm generating impact force, generating impact, kind of worst case scenario. So right now I'm doing something where I'm able to hit pretty hard using only the fingers and the grip. Well, mostly the fingers and the wrist. See? And what I'm doing, it becomes like a finger exercise, a little bit different, like a grip strength trainer. Also, I'm feeding my brain with information about this object, reeling it in any which way, about the weight, the balance, the dimensions, and my brain is learning about the object by wielding it. Like anything you do to wield it, it's feeding your brain with data on the object, like the reach, the characteristics, the handling, you're getting better at handling it. So when using this without gloves in training before, so like it's a stick with grip tape, a lot of times after a while training, I feel like I got burning in my hands and I get like a carpet burn. Sometimes you get skin rub off here, friction burns. So not going to do too long, especially if you don't keep a firm grip, but you're letting it move around inside of the hand in different ways. So we use it with normal grip, not heavy grip like this, some to the side. It's like a stick. And I can use a guard like this and start from here. And this can go out to shield as I'm advancing to close the distance to the dividends. Meaning from here, I can use this as a shield as I'm moving in. Which means if it's stick on stick fighting and I'm moving in, something goes at my head could hit the arm rather than the head. So, generally that. I also like to use my left arm to bounce attacks off of. And there's also a power assist cut that works for machetes, where it's an X-cut combo and it works best with momentum. So it's one, and notice what I do here. I go back here. So it's from the right to diagonal cut down here, and then go up here. That could be hit or miss. It can be hit and slide, or it can be miss. Here, I go up here, and then launch from this arm. So I'm maintaining a block, a guard on the left side, and I'm using this to launch from. And this does many things, talk about what this is doing. I'm maintaining a block here, a guard. It also helps me to not cut myself. Meaning, if I have this left hand doing random stuff, letting hang out, I'm more likely that I'm cutting myself as I'm wielding the weapon or hit myself. So keeping your hands to yourself, keeping the non-wielding arm close to yourself and like fixed can help you as you're moving the weapon around to not end up accidentally hitting yourself. That's one thing, that picking a guard, like having your arm close to your body as I'm wielding this around different ways. It makes it less likely. It helps me to not end up hitting myself. Whereas if I had the arm here or something like this, it's more likely to end up accidentally hitting my non-wielding arm with it. So it protects my arm. It's a guard, and it's also ready to throw things. So from here, I can wheel this around here. There's no arm here that's blocking my own attacks. So putting arms in from your opponent like this can keep things from connecting with your head. Now, if I have my arm here, that's also blocking certain attack angles that I control. If I have my arm here, there's certain things that I can't throw as long as the arm is there. Like this, for example, because my arm is there. I'm not going to hit my own arm. So if I have my arm closer to the body like this, I can wheel around my body in different ways, and I'm not hitting my own arm. Versus if I have the arm here, there's certain attacks that I'm blocking myself from being able to throw as long as the hand is here. Which means I have to move it synchronized to the attack. But here I can keep the same position and wheel all around. So if I go here, it's like as long as this arm is here, I can't connect the head, so I have to retract it or move it and sync it. So it gives me more maneuvering space around my body, keep it arm close. It can quickly go up to catch something or throw something, and it can also be used to power assist. There's different ways to power assist. One way to power assist is if this is a sword now. First of all, I hit a normal cap. Okay, up and down, straight, up and down. Impact maybe here, and then drag it down and cut it. Now, a way to do this power assist is where I'm holding my left arm over my wrist or forearm, and then I'm cutting with both arms. It can make it more powerful. meaning it's like throwing an attack using both arms can make it more powerful, destroying it. Another way to do power assist is to, for a situation like this, power assist is extra good. Let's say I close the distance and push into it first, like this, see? Where I'm pushing, I'm cutting with my body, where I'm pushing the blade, see? And if I end up with the blade against the person's body, I can ride it, meaning I can, with the power assist, if I push against the torso, like here, here, here. Now notice the power assist, I can use both arms to push forward or pull down, and I can even put my whole body into that. Where come here, here, and then power assist, I can use both arms to push down like this, and it's stronger. Or I can ride it where it's pushed through it. So it's not that the only way to cut is to throw things like a projectile. You can also push into the opponent, and you can push to cut in the toys. So if it's against his neck, let's say he's got a helmet, and I hit the helmet sides down to his shoulder armor, and the blade is here. If there's a gap in the neck, I can push it into the neck. I don't have to go back here to attack the cheek and armor. So I go here, or here, and it slides down, and it's called the shoulder armor. So I can just turn and kind of pull cap, push cap here. And I don't have to cap as an opportunity in this position. I might not land it if I retract, the opening might not be there. And attack the cheek and armor. But if I attack here, glancing both sides down here, turning and pushing into the neck if there's an opening there. So basically you can push. See, here's another way I can cut. Here. See? You think there's a blade here. Push forward and down. I'm cutting. And I can cut down and way back to. From this position, upward thrust and forward thrust work well. It's like the obvious follow-up. Like end up here, see? Obvious follow-up is to stab with it. Here, retract, and I'm in a position to stab with it right after. So from here, natural follow-up, and up here, is to push forward and thrust. Now obviously there's other things you can do. Go here. You can also turn and cut to the legs, for example, from here. So sometimes if the blade is low, cutting low is easier to accomplish than starting high and try to cut low. You can also use the reverse grip, both for sticks and swords, where I have the thumb at the bottom, grip now. And if it's a blade, like some blades fall here to be the cutting side. And from the hip here, I can hit, reverse grip as well. To hit both with a stick and with a sword. And I'm focused on attacking from one guard with one grip in one way right now. And then return. And I'm hitting, I'd say at least as hard as with the regular grip to the same target zone. And it's easier for me to hit hard from here, from this position with reverse grip, than it is to hit hard with the regular grip from here, I feel like. Now the cap becomes more powerful. If I start from here and go to here, it becomes more powerful. Similar to disregard here, where there's rotation and distance. So from here, you can turn and cut here. So basically, from here, there's more power. I can generate more power if I start from here, if I launch from here. If I start here, assume this position, and then launch from there, it can be more powerful. And that's more of an overhand, which can be a diagonal cap if it's a cover. It can go here, like entering in between the shoulder and the head here, which attaching to the neck and the spine is close here. And with a machete, a loosey grip can work better, whereas with a stick, a firmer grip upon impact works better. Like having a tense, stiffer wielding style works better with a stick, whereas you can have more play with a machete, more looseness. Like in the whole arm, it can be more space, it can be looser. Well, a lot of times, hitting with a stick, hitting stiff works well, whereas with a machete, I can be more loose in the grip and in the arm, and still cause damage. Whereas with a stick, if there's too much looseness, I'm losing a lot of damage. So here's the power assist cup. Here, different way, here. That's an X cup. And from here, 1, 2, and then 1 here. And I can assist the launch. So this is a power assist. I like to do this. So you can go 1, and then just go here and launch from here and keep the arm there. You can also go 1, go up here, and then assist the launch with the left hand. And I've noticed how you can make it more powerful. You can make it more powerful that way. So it's not that the hand, a power assist, it doesn't have to be here helping the whole cat, the other hand, to have it add power to it. If I go here, and then here, and assist all the way to, yeah, it can make it more powerful. But like this, up here, and then pushing off, launch it like a bow, which just for the launch I'm assisting with the left can make it more powerful. And I can feel that and see that when I'm using it. If I do it right, the power assist, it becomes harder even though I'm not pushing through resistance through the whole cut with the left hand. So I can go from here, up here, and use this like a catapult. I've called it catapult before. Like a catapult or a bow, where the ball doesn't stay attached to the arrow the whole way, but just the ball launching the projectile makes it hit. See? It's the same principle, where if I go here, and see there, and I'm using this like a bowstring to assist with the launch of this. It's just the first part of it, where I'm pushing with this explosively. See? And I can feel the difference. If I do it right, it makes it more powerful. This power assist, just help with the first like 5, 10, 15 centimeters. See? Kind of like this. I'm launching it like you would throw like a ball. Launch a projectile. It's just the first It's just getting it in movement, and it maintains that velocity and energy for some time. Meaning, I don't have to use both hands to make the cut more powerful, contrasted to one hand. See, hitting from here, I can make it powerful. Hitting with both hands, I can make it powerful too. Now, I can make it more powerful by just helping the first part with the left. And it can be where it follows through, but the main thing is using it in the beginning to create velocity, to launch a projectile and accelerate it. So I don't have to follow through the whole way, because much like a bow, it's before the projectile starts moving, the bow is launching it, and then the projectile maintains a high speed that was given to by the bow launching it. It's similar to that. Looks like it's a little bit bent. Not too much. Gonna get the gloves on so I can no. Well, yeah. You get extra reps in before I get friction burns. So, this is dual wielding swords. The short sword and the long sword. And the obvious way to do that, like a general rule of thumb, is you wield the bigger weapon with the dominant arm, which means like a boxer throws power shots with his left and jabs with his right. He's the southpaw. The heaviest, biggest attack is his dominant hand, and an orthodox as boxer throws the heaviest, biggest shot with his right. So if you're dominant, right hand dominant, the obvious way to wield it, the most natural way, I call it, is to have the biggest, heaviest, longest weapon in the dominant hand. So if the right hand, a big sword, big stick goes in the right hand, and small sword, small stick goes in the left hand. An advantage of having two sticks is if you want to take a prisoner. This is from Busaki's swordfighting manual. That's almost like a joke. But if you fight multiple opponents, there's an advantage. Knife fighting and sword fighting are pretty much the same thing. Knife fighting is sword fighting with very small swords. And sword fighting is pretty much knife fighting with very large knives. So dual wielding knives has advantages, and dual wielding sword has advantages. Now it can be more training intensive, meaning for it to be much of an advantage using two swords, there's more of a need to train. And it's possible some people, they will be more effective using one sword at a time. And you might have to train using two swords to get good at it. So an advantage of two swords, there's many advantages. One advantage is fighting multiple opponents. Another one is that I can have one attacking weapon and one defensive weapon, which means I can use the left sword as a shield to intercept and block things, parry things, whatever word you want to use. I can use the left small sword to block and parry things. So this is used as a shield, and this is used as a weapon. So I have a defensive weapon and offensive weapon. So this I can use it to block, and then this to attack. Versus if I have this one weapon, if I block, I'm not attacking at the same time. That if I throw a blocking move, then it becomes an attacking move. Now you can do a blocking attacking move, the same movement, catch a sword and slide down and cut. But with this I can block a sword attack, and at the same time as I'm blocking, I'm attacking with the other one. So I can do one thing with this and one thing with this at the same time. Another advantage is it can help you to fight multiple opponents. So if I have one sword, I can only attack in one direction at a time. So if it's like you think like a kung fu movie, and there's a henchman where you are the camera, and then there's like two henchmen over here. If I have just one sword, and I'm working to kill you right now, the main henchman, and chasing into the corner, I'm going for stabs and stuff, I can only attack one direction once with a weapon. I attack here, and then if I want to attack over here, I have to turn and attack to that side. Whereas if I have two swords, I can attack two directions at the same time with thrust. So I can stab both ways, see? And I'm stabbing over here, normal stab right now. See? So I can sort of attack both sides, whereas if I have one sword, I can only attack this way, I want to attack some over here, and I have to turn and attack that way. So I'm attacking either here or here with the one sword. If I have two swords, I can attack here and I can attack here. And you're more likely to land, no loop cutting, with diagonal attacks from this guard. So if I go, I like this stance, this guard here. This is like a boxer's jab, light attacks. This is the power right. And I like this guard stance. If I have this guard stance, it's ready, it's defensive, keep it like this. See? See? Just holding it here, it's defensive. See? And it's not predictable. It's like, if you don't know the many moves, you haven't drilled, it's more predictable. If you shoot this guard, it's like the obvious way to attack, and it will be like this. If you have it like this, it's like attacking only like that. Now from here, you could attack like this, you could attack like this, you could attack like this with power, you could attack like even in super weird ways. And you can attack behind yourself. So, I like this one. This can be used to stab and attack here. And this is defensive. So this can use as a static defense, block, attach to my head. And if a sword hits here, it can speed and slide away from me. So it's not like you have to like stop and block it. If there's a sword on sword, it can hit the side of the blade and slide to the side. And you can capitalize on that, where if the person throws a 12 to 6, and I block it like this and it slides down, I'm ready to counter right after. See? If I have this guard here, and the other person attacks 12 to 6, one hand or two hand, doesn't matter. If I go and block like this, see, if I block the other way, it can slide into my hand. But if I block it this way, it can, as it hits, slide down to the side. See? I can glancing go, the glances down to the side, away from my body, and I can step in and counter right after. Because if this slides to the side, he's open for a counter. The same moment that this comes 12 to 6, if I go here and it slides down, I'm ready to turn it into a cut right after. So I like this stance. I like to work from this stance in training. I like this stance here. Stance guard. So this light is like a boxer's jab. Light, quick attacks, and I can block things and attack here. Attack it swiftly with this. I can attack with this. So basically, light, swift attacks like a boxer's jab, and a power attacks like a boxer's right. It's like fast, 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 bang. Okay. Fast, light attacks, power, right attack. This has more reach too. So if I connect with this, I can reach the same. If I connect with this, I can connect with the right at the same moment. This is also helping me to get the range. So if I touch with this, I know I can touch with this. And it makes it easier to land with this. If I touch with this, landing this can become easier. back to the advantage of fighting multiple opponents. So with one sword, I fight one person, cut one person over here, and there's people behind me. To attack over here, I have to stop attacking this guy and start attacking over here. So I can only attack one direction at a time. Whereas with two swords, I can attack two directions at a time. And with a 12 to 6 double attack, if I'm no look cutting and there's people behind me, no look cutting, a 12 to 6 attack is harder to land versus a diagonal sweeping attack. It's more sideways. Because if I do this, see here, if there's somebody here, they're getting cut. Like close range, you're just closing up on me. If they're here, they're getting cut. If they're here, they get cut too. So this whole line is being cut. So whatever the body is, I'm hitting it with the blade. So it's not this one spot of the room. There's a wide section of the room that if there is somebody standing there, they're being hit with the blade. So from here, try low look cut 12 to 6, and I hit somewhere. But it's easy to hit from the side. Not everything paradoxical. With the first one, that's harder to hit that clean after hit the side, okay? And then it's like, here's the easy way to connect, and that one barely hit and like glanced off. Now that was a range issue and not, I think that it was out of range, it just barely touched it. So here we go. Yeah, here we go. 12 to 6. Now I know where he is. See here. And notice how at the end of the movement, if this W was here, it would have been hit too. When I'm going here. Versus 12 to 6, like a straight out attack. I'm missing here, I'm missing here. So the margin of error, I had to be more accurate or lucky. Meaning if I try and hit with the pretty straight down attack like this, it's only if he's standing in this line he's getting hit. Versus a sweeping attack, if he's standing here, it's hitting. If he's standing here, it's hitting. So there's a wider danger zone with that attack. It can look like this. There's a henchman here. And I don't know, I just push kicked you, you fell into the wall and slid down like it's like a kung fu movie. And it's like, I'm leaving you for now because there's two henchmen over here with nunchucks that are coming at me. And it's like, I need to deal with these guys now. So it's like, I stand here and I can start attack over here and I'm ready. It's like this, I'm threading, understand? It's like, that's threading. So just threading is variable because a threading attack is a potential attack. So threading, we're not talking about psychological impact, but basically the weapon being pointed towards your enemy means that it's not hard to connect with him. It's like you're prepared to throw in this direction. So here, stab, 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 cut here. And then it's like, oh crap, he's coming to and charging me. I'm ready to attack here. And then even from here, I'm ready to attack that way. So I can attack both ways with thrust if you want to. See, like this too. Where I can attack slash, 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 slash. And attack even like this. See? I can cut both ways with both swords, like this. You can also attack like double attack, where you throw the same attack with both swords, like this. Two thrusts, same technique, both hands. Okay. Now these type of attacks make less sense because you're moving one blade toward the other arm. So the risk of hitting your own sword, your own hand, is not non-existent. and you can attack no look and all kinds of ways. Right. So just change the body position. Very good. Correct my head. A little bit towards the left now. There you go. A few glass and roll step right there down there. block to attack movement. Block, attack. See, block high, attack low. A lot of times I set down my foot as a landing attack. Meaning I'm landing at the same time that I touch the ground with my foot. So, this is like shadow boxing for the SAHA cutting, which I call it. Which is cutting from the sheet, cutting with the drawing motion. Which is what I like to do for fun sometimes. Now there's no sheet and there's no SAHA. There's no sheet and there's no sword and no belt to have it. But part of traditional Japanese swordsmanship is practicing cutting with the drawing motion. Because once they might need to use the sword, it could be suddenly. Or it's like and close range too. So it can be faster to cut with the drawing motion, like this. So here's my hand is like the sheet, okay? And then also it could be you have to turn it. If it's down, you can only cut down up, simply, see? So if the sheet is down and the blade is down, if you have the sheet hanging here, and the blade is pointing down, I can cut down up, see, like a straight drawing motion line. Whereas if you want to cut like this, I want to angle the sheet so that the blade is pointing kind of like this. So from here, if it's hanging down here, angle it, turn it, and then I can cut the drawing motion like this. Like this. So here, see, and I'm cutting, I'm pulling the sword out of the sheet and cutting. I have to think about this. If the sheet is here, it's like here is when I start cutting, I'm already far out, see, with this part of it, see. So if I'm just pull straight, kind of. So hip rotation can help, where rotate, turn my hip, see, and I'm getting space to be able to get it out. So once it's like here, it's already cutting. So it's not like it's coming out here, and then it starts turning and cutting. By turning back here, that can help me to have the blade cutting in front of me quicker, sooner, like shorter, close to my body. Or it's not coming out and then turn and start cutting. It's kind of like this. If you looked at kendo matches, it's reminiscent of a cat fight, like backyard cats fighting, because it's like they're screaming and hissing at each other. So it looks like a cat fight. Part of kendo is similar to if you see cats fighting in the street. Like, they stand in front of each other screaming. It'd be like a certain technique. They close the distance, somebody lands something, and then they'll be standing screaming at you like, okay, for a while, to get like the aggro energy out, I guess. It's like all the tension. But then it's like a whole thing, it's like a whole vibe. If you look at kendo matches, like they start hitting close to it's like hook their man, they hit the hand or whatever targets on this. Here, boom, and it's like, they stand and sometimes they have the swords pushing against each other like this for a while and scream at each other. Something to. So now I'm just going to reel this on the stick. This is what it is. Do no look at this. And sometimes peripheral vision. Peripheral vision means seeing to the sides. I don't look at my shadow or not looking. Or as I'm turning my body, sometimes it's peripheral vision. But I'm just focusing on connecting with looking right now. There you go. So that third type of trauma, I got the rotation and energy from right. The first two I could feel that it wasn't right. Sometimes you can practice just the big chunks of the movement, like low resolution, as I'm not doing it. So sometimes I'm just practicing drilling like the low resolution, large, like the big chunk of the movement, kind of like the energy flow. And then you get it crisper. So here's the whole technique. See here, okay? Now after doing that, I might just, see, here's the starting movement. I might just do this a little bit. And it's like kind of the start of the thing that I just did. Kind of the start of the whole thing that I just did. It's just, and then focus on this part. And then from here, I can do this. speed, see. And that really helped me to get in tune with the energy flow and deliver powerful attack more or less effortlessly. In the beginning. Now here's another creative way to use the blade, where you have the arm as a backwards like this, and I'm pushing my whole body and hitting that way. It's like shoving with the blade, kind of. I can rest the back of the sword stick to my forearm or the arm, the wheel arm. And I can use this as a base. Right up here. Go wide. Sometimes I like to do things that are conducive to like failure, and then it becomes practicing quickly recovering from an awkward position. Meaning you can use the more or less rare or frequent, whatever the failure rate is, to get better. Meaning the failure can be start of training. So let's say in the middle of training this, I end up losing it, and then there was like losing it. Now I can turn that into a drill of quickly getting the weapon after dropping on the ground, say, which becomes useful training. You can capitalize on mistakes and turn the mistakes into training. I mean, if it happens and I drop the stick, practice quickly getting the stick again and attacking with it, see, because that's something that really matters. In case you lose the weapon, quickly getting the weapon again and then delivering an attack after is something that makes sense to get better at. And with light, even with light sticks, I've been surprised in these ones how hard I can hit with a very light object, just by how fast you swing it. So you can compensate. It's the same thing with everything. A 45 handgun round is a heavy thing moving slow, hitting hard. And then you can have a 9 or a 5.7 that's a light object, lighter, and then you make it move faster to make it hit equally hard or close to it or even harder. Has the knot. Now we can turn knot here. So this block cap, and you can cap with the whole body where you have your arms fairly rigid, and then use your body to cap. So you can arm cap, it's like using your arms, using the arm mostly, and then the opposite of the extreme. When I cap here, grab this angle, I go, there's a lot of arm action. Or I can go, see, and then cut at the same angle, having rigid arms. And cut my ball like this. So from here, now the time must be off for display purposes. In here, beautiful. Here. There's a combo, land 12 to 6, close the distance. I'm gonna further increase the distance, move here, and notice how I'm dragging, I'm cutting with my body more than my arms. I'm using my arms to firmly hold the sword, and I'm cutting with my body. So I can go here, here, I'm here now, the blade to the right side's body, turn, and see, notice, I'm switching to reverse grip now, like this. So like optimal attacking from here, in this way. And I can just run this way, push forward, and I'm cutting or shoving, pushing. So from here, close the distance, we'll do 26, here, and up to the side, let's do the same thing to the neck. Gotta do a grip change, and then push cut through it, see? Where I'm doing a grip change, and then pushing the blade with my whole body as I'm moving over here. So once again here, one, grip change, and I switch to grip, this grip, see. So basically, it's this. Close the distance, is still up here like at the shoulder. I turn and push into it. So it's like this. Yeah. Okay, so here. So if I go here, one, now on the left side. See? And I can just push over here, and I'm shoving, I'm pushing, I'm cutting potentially. So it's a good angle to display this. What I'm doing. On the right side, I can go here. So here, and this is how I train. I figure out combos while training, figure out combos, like discover things. And while training, I figure out combos and drills I can do them. You can have this guard, what you do from here, or you can do this from here, then you can do this from here, then you can do this. So I do the process of doing things like this. So from here, see, and I'm letting this happen now. I'm not trying to be like cut and keep it here. So it will slide, see, and up here. Now I can push cut in here, see. I can push forward. If my blade end up here, I can go for a thrust to the throat, or slide the blade here, or try to make it more straight, see. Here. So 1, 2, or this. 1. Notice this, now we do the grip change. So I go 12 to 6. Now I slide down on the right side. Now I go from this grip. This is the only hand that changes. I maintain this thumb at the back grip here, after going down here. And from this, 2 thumbs at the back, I'm rotating, switching this hand to the reverse grip, maintaining the grip that I had before with the left hand, the bottom hand. So I can powerfully push cut with it. And I can rotate more and cut like this, or I can push and like work to like pushing into the corner, like pushing with the sword. And pushing with the sword can do something, cutting or not, shoving the person. So from here, 1, end up on the left side, and I do a drill on this, whatever side I end up on. Grip change drill now. See? And I'm pushing into the neck. I'm pushing after. So whatever side I slide off to after total 6 attack, the drill will be to switch to reverse grip and push through it as a 1-2. Let's do a little bit lighter. So we'll go 3 on each side. What we'll do, I don't control what side. I'm not going to control, so I let it fall on whichever side it falls, and then work from there. So we do 3 in a row, whatever side it becomes. So from here, now I got further down than I expected. So we turn into this target zone now. Whip change, and it's notice, if you think this is a katana, if it's against his body, I can push forward, I can cut if it's not over there. If it's not cutting through the armor, it's pushing him. See? And this is slicing. So this is a powerful grip, a strong grip for using the sword in the way that I am right now. For shoving and pushing and like wrestling with the sword, like pushing with the sword, like grappling, whatever we'll call it. Like pushing with the sword. This is, I'm stronger this way than with the regular grip. I'm favoring the reverse grip for knife fighting, sword fighting, and stick fighting for certain ways of using it, because it ends up being a stronger grip in the way that I use the weapons. So do drill out this again, and I'll show you from the back. 12 to 6, it falls to the left side, grip change drill, and push through it. So whatever it ends up, that is the target zone for the follow-up attack. Whichever side, whichever level. So I go here, and it goes to the left side. Change my grip, and then push, see? And it can be more or less push or sliding. So it can be, after surrender grip, it can be turning like this, see? That's a powerful cut, sliding cut. So that, from this position now, having changed the grip, landing here on the right side of the shoulder, switching the grip here, see here, from this position, I can either slide cut like this, or I can push forward more straight. And whichever way I'm cutting, if I'm pushing it forward or I'm sliding it more. So we'll do a few more of those. And I was gonna do like 3 on the left and 3 on the right. It's like 3, because sometimes I do drills and I go, let's do 3 kicks. If I'm do drilling kicks, like 3 low kicks, right side, and then 3 left, and then rinse and repeat. But the way that I was doing this is like chance, which I attack here, and okay, oh, it ended up sliding to the left side, stopping at the midsection. And then that dictates what the follow-up attack will be. So from here, it will be this target zone, the torso. And I can use this grip without changing it, but we're sticking to the rule of the drill right now. Or switching to this and either sliding or pushing. So, if it ends up on the right side, now I do it on purpose and up here. Glance and go to the right. Notice this is the grip I'm carrying, starting with. Regular grip. 2 thumbs at the back. Right side above the left one. And what I'm doing is this, switching the grip, so the top hand becomes a reverse grip. And this makes it more strong for this way attacking. So here, I don't feel as strong, see, if I'm gonna push something, if you think about the force, if I wanna push this guy with the stick, and I wanna push it here forward, I don't have as much power as you see. There's a big difference. It's like ROI, return on investment. Like how much I'm having to like exert myself to move the dummy that much. I have to use less energy with this grip. It's like it's easier for me to really push it with this grip, and pushing with a sword equals cutting. So it's easier for me to push hard this way with this grip versus this grip. It's like it's a lot more awkward due to whatever how the human body is built, ergonomics, muscles, like whatever. Okay. Also, yeah, and it's closer. Yeah, it's closer to how you throw a punch. If I have this grip here and push here, this is kind of how the body is. Or here. Hold on. Yeah, here. This is not really how I throw hooking punches here. So you want to throw a power shot to the right side, to the left side of your head here. It's like I'm not going to throw it like this. This is not the same power. If I want to throw a punch, a hooking punch, it's like the power flows more naturally. Like from here to over here. If I have don't have my fist like this, see? If I'm going to throw a hook, I don't throw it palm up like this, see? It's this. So with this regular grip, the palm is up, and I'm working to hook attack like a hook punch. If I want to hit hard from the right side, as I'm training boxing, striking on this dummy, I don't throw the hook's palm up, make a fist, and then rotate and hit like this. Okay, it's gonna be like this or like this. See? So basically, what I'm doing after connecting with a 12 to 6 attack, whichever way it slides to, right or left, I do a push cut afterwards. And not just a push gun with the same grip, but I'm switching the grip to reverse grip on the top hand. So let's break it down even more. The details of this drill. And show what I'm doing. So it's this. It's this. It's this. It's this. Okay, here. So it's bottom grip, thumb at the back. So this is the blade side for my thumb, like this. Right hand over it, same grip, thumb at the back. So one on top of the left hand, right hand, thumb at the back, both thumbs lining up with each other. And then what I'm doing after hitting 12 to 6 side to one side is switch the grip to reverse grip, the top hand, and then push cutting or pulling. So it's this cut here. Come back there. So it's from this to this. Gotta check what time it is. It's 9 in the morning. Time flies. My philosophy of fighting is keep knocking until nobody's home. That's more of a joke than. So we're gonna adjust the camera angle for the more drills. Open up, get some natural light in here now, which is called grayish type of light coming from the outside. And it'll be, yeah, we saw it from the back a few times. So it offset to the back. So here, see, beautiful. I really like it. So from here to the left now, then it becomes the other side, and then pushing with this. So this is doing something. Meaning if it's armor or not, like chainmail there, it's like pushing the saw with that force. It's like it's still like shoving, it's like pushing, it's doing something. You can get somebody off balance, you can make them fall backward, but it's got potential. Or if you push here, that the person falls down, it can also like push them back. And then from this pushing them back, you can turn it to cutting. So you can free the blades. When I'm here, so you notice here, now I go sprinting forward. Once I have this position, this strong grip here, and have applied this position, now we're going for a run. And I'm going forward. And it's like basically, I'm not sprinting, but it's the same thing with that weight in front of me as if I was sprinting, kind of. It just ends up you moving a lot slower because you're pushing something heavy for yourself. Wow, there's a magpie. That's not a magpie. It's a magpie that can sit down there. And that's a sick one. That's a magpie that has figured out how to survive the Swedish winter and get enough food to put on like a fat layer, subcutaneous adipose. Well,
called sub-feather, whatever. It's the point. It's got skin, it's got feathers, it's got a whole nine. So that's a magpie. Sometimes I thought about this. It's like for humans, if somebody's fat, a lot of times it doesn't make you like respect them more, be like wow in awe, like wow. Do you understand? If you see a fat guy, it's not like wow, look what a fat guy. It kind of like in a positive surprise feel. But with birds, I have a few moments I see like a fat crow. Somehow it's like impresses me somehow. Where it's like it tells me something. It's like this is a crow, and if you like engage critical thinking, like the emotion is like seeing a fat bird is special. So one of the things is gonna be rare. Okay, there's like typically 99 out of the magpies I've seen in my life, 9 out of 100. They're a lot slimmer than this. Okay, so it's like it's rare to see a magpie with this border type. First of all, and then if you think about it, it's like what does that signal about the magpie or the crow? It's like well, it's been succeeding at surviving this environment because for the Swedish winter, it's like they basically it's like they've been doing a good job at finding food, okay, acquiring food, enough calories, which is not that easy if you're a bird. To be like consistently succeed in getting enough calories to end up getting fat for the Swedish winter. It's like harder than you might think. It's like there's like trees with some red berries on it and everything. To go look, it's like they've been succeeding at surviving the environment. They've been adapting. So whatever, that was a magpie coming by. And they just sat down in the corner there. In the summer season, I've put up my birds on the balcony, my buddy birds. And they become the talk of the town, but I can tell that there's seagulls to come and check them out. So seagulls are like intelligent, and I could just tell by looking at their eyes. But it's like, I'm not joking, I noticed this, but I could tell that the birds are curious about the budgies. So it'd be like, I don't know, if you were a black man on Iceland in like the 1300s or something like this. Do you understand? It's like this, the same type of creatures you are, but completely different color. You never seen this before. It's a little bit of that. It's like there's no yellow birds, all yellow in Sweden. Okay? So it's almost like a human would react to like something exotic, like there's a Chinese person in Alaska or something like this. Whatever. So it's like, put them out on a cage, put them out on the balcony in the summer. And I can tell that the seagulls in the neighbor are responding to the presence of the buddies. Include but not limited to like AC-130, like sweeps. They go like in a sideways, with like angle sideways and give them like side eye. I mean, it's like they're not like flying at them like aggressively really. It's like I can tell that they're like actively seeking out, that they wanted to take a look at the buddies. Definitely that. Where it's like I put the birds out sitting there in the summer, and I had the budgie birds out on the cage, and you can see through them. And then I noticed it's like the pattern break. It's like before I put out the birds, how the seagulls are acting in the area. It's like, yeah, you see them and see on the corners and stuff, and maybe flying around in the distance. But like after I put the cage out, I noticed how seagulls come in for like a flyby to kind of check out what weird birds these are. It's like they come in, they fly, they come, they go like in a pattern, they kind of do this. See, as they fly past, it's like they fly past, it's like, it's like this, it's like check them out. So it's like they become the talk of the town. And like that guy had become home to his wife and kids, he'd be like, you wouldn't believe what I saw out today doing the routes, like looking for earthworms or whatever he's eating. It's like there's a small bird that's entirely yellow, something like this. Like, they'd be like a guy coming back to he saw Bigfoot in the forest, something like this. Okay, yeah, sure that, something like this. Sure that yellow birds. There's no yellow birds in Sweden. No, I saw them in the cage. Yeah. Hello, babe. Honey, I'm drinking coffee now. Hello, babe. Honey, I'm drinking coffee now. Enjoy with the time now. Thanks, babe. You came with the right timing because I had just started enjoying with my time right before you arrived, like right around the time we showed up. We were getting into enjoying my time saved on the live stream. So you had a good time. There was more seriousness earlier, but now I got into a little bit more goofy. Just enjoy my time on a little bit. So, anyway. speaker balcony. We'll go out and have a smoke there. If you're watching this, babe, cheers. We can talk about it. Yes, we can, babe. Yes, here's the stick. And here's the stand for the kitchen knife that I use for the import. And they're all near equal proportions. Only the thickness of the grip here, and then the total length. This is about a thumb of difference. You gotta turn off the screen buttons before you go outside because it's bites if I have it down low. You can't see it anymore. So. What will you do? We'll see. Speak of seagulls. They must have stayed here for the winter, the seagulls and the magpie. That would be more likely to me that they would have come home early from the vacation. Certain bird species, certain types of birds fly to warmer countries like Africa, Thailand, Spain, wherever. They fly to warm countries when the Swedish winter hits. Like before it hits really. I call these miracle flowers. Why do I call them miracle flowers? Because those flowers I got them as a gift, like what, 4 years ago or so. Maybe in the summer or spring or something like this. And I put them out there. And I haven't been really caring for them. Maybe it was like a week after again now we going out of water and stuff. But I just left them there on the devices. And they survived several winters, no watering them, just like leaving them out there, and there's something that's green and growing. And I think that the things that are growing at this point might not be what was planted to begin with, but it could be seeds that we find through the air and depositing in the soil and just natural growth. So whatever the flower is, whatever the growth is there, is something that is resilient. the most important thing for a knife, as far as I'm concerned, is a piercing tip. That's more important than a slicing edge to me. Meaning, if I had to pick between two extremes, it's like I'm gonna fight a wolf or something like this. And it's some kind of scenario where it's like a rules, okay? And it's like you can either pick, Mike, gonna have to fight a wolf. You can either pick this that was sharpened like a razor on the side, or have it dull, entirely dull as dull can be on the sides, but it's triangular, like you go grind it like, to make it pointy so you can stab with it, like an edge conducive to thrusting. I would pick a stabbing tip over a cutting edge, personally. That's most important for me as a general thing when it comes to a weapon knife. The most important thing to me is that I can stab with it rather than slashing with it. So I would rather have a knife, use this knife to drive home the point even deeper, further, okay? If I could pick between two extremes, I had to pick between two extremes to fight a wolf or something. And it's like either we're gonna make it flat, see, here, but have like a, what's called angle grind, like one is, and just kind of make it flat, okay? Like a flathead screwdriver, just entirely flat here, but razor sharp on the sides, as sharp as sharp can be, so you can slash with it. So it's like either flat, really not good at stabbing, penetrating with thrusts, but really sharp on the sides so you can slash with it effectively. Picking between flat but sharp on the sides and dull on the sides and sharp at the tip. I pick sharp at the tip any day. I mean, I'd rather have this, retain this shape, have this shape so I can thrust with it, and have it dull on the sides than to have it super sharp on the sides but flat, okay? So the most important thing as far as I'm concerned, it's like my favorite thing is that I can stab with it. So this is a knife that's constructed with weapon use in mind, okay? Meaning this is a knife that's been constructed from the bottom up, like on the design desk, to be like a weapon knife. Like you this, a knife that is an effective weapon, a knife that's primarily a weapon that also can be used as a tool knife, a collector knife, and other things too. So that is like, it's extra good at this and more niched for this use, doesn't rule out other uses. But this is made to be an effective weapon. And there's other knives that you can use as a weapon, but they're not as good at it. Same with this. This is another knife that's made to be good as a weapon. Now this is customized with medical tape. Recently customized with medical tape. This is a knife that could be used as a weapon, but it's not designed to be one. And it has rust there on it. A custom skin like CSGO, like the video games. So the video games where they have like it's DLC you pay for, not I don't think it makes the skins make them better. Like any stat boost, it's just like it's like painting of the roaring. No, with flames on it doesn't make it crab claw flames, doesn't make it go faster. But it's like aesthetically changes the thing. So what I was gonna show you is this. So I bought several of these Fiskars, K40, Fiskars utility knife. And this is a knife that I like, but it's not as good as a weapon knife as the knives that you showed you, like the Tanto and the dagger. And one of the things that by experience has shown me that, which I could figure out just by looking at it, one like proven by experience, is using it to stab with it in impact training. Have the tip snap off, because this is not designed for stabbing. It's not designed when fish guards is going to design this knife. They're designed as a fighting knife. Okay, so they designed it as a utility knife you can use for like carpentry work, cut strings, cut like shaved wood and things like this, open packages. And they designed it to be like we designed it to be effectively usable as a weapon, because then it becomes more important that you can stab with it. Whereas this is not designed for stabbing, it's designed for cutting wood and things like this. Which is why if you try to use it as a weapon, you might have a failure. So from testing these knives and having them and did the physical skill for utility knife and use them for shadow boxing and impact training, like stabbing wood and slashing wood and things like this. The weak point would be the tip, because that's one of the things you would focus on if you make it to be a weapon knife. That the tip is strong, where it's thick enough and it's shaped in a way, and the steel, it's anything from the type of steel to the thickness to the shape of the tip and how it tapers to opponents and things like this matters. But basically using these Fiskars K40 knives for impact training, like stabbing with boards and stuff, what fails, it doesn't snap in the middle and it doesn't snap here. Okay, it doesn't snap off. I don't know what it looks like in here, if it's like a third of the blade width goes down a third of the handle. Okay, I wouldn't be surprised, it's super light. I don't believe it's a full tank. I don't believe you have like this thickness going all the way down to the bottom, or even close to it. That's the point. So I like this knife, but it's not as suitable for martial arts practice or the potential weapon use, evidenced by how it fails if you try to force it into that use. So using it for stabbing wood boards and impact bullet, I've had at least one of them bend at the tip. It becomes like a hook, like a J, where it's like after stabbing it ends up being bent at the tip. And this one snapped at the tip, which quickly makes it a lot less effective as a weapon, because this tip is very non-conducive to good penetration. Meaning a flat tip here is a lot less ponier, it's a lot wider, and it's flat, which means it's not a good penetrator. So this is a knife that will be better. This knife will be better than nothing. But basically, I bought several of these. Maybe I've had 4 or 5 of these. And forcing these into the weapon use, using for knife martial arts, impact training, stabbing with boards, stuff like that. What failed is the tip. Where one of them, it bent at the tip and became a J shape. And then this one, it snapped off. And I don't know if it started out being bent. I don't remember if it got bent and then I tried to bend it back and then it snapped. But yeah, it still retains a forward cutting edge here. But for stabbing, it's a lot less effective. It's not that good at stabbing. So why does a knife for weapon use, why is it good if it's not like that? It's like it's strong and you can stab wood boards with it without the tip snapping off or bending easily? It's because the human body is not a blob of ballistic gel. It has bone. And as an analog for bone, dense wood works. That's like pressure testing, or like putting things to the test, which is a way to keep your training reality based. So if somebody's like, I'm gonna get into knife fighting martial arts, it's like I'm gonna carry a knife. And by the local laws, you gotta self-defense use weapons all the time. But as a hypothetical, if somebody's in a country where they let you have an EDC knife, have a knife only for self-defense, okay, if that would be legal. And somebody's like, I live in a state, a country where they let you have a knife in your pocket, and in self-defense you can use it according to law, like local laws. In that hypothetical scenario, it's almost like I'm buying a knife, and it's like another person like, yeah, I carry a knife for self-defense. The hypothetical self-defense scenario. It's like what you don't want to do to create real fighting ability is to just start doing shadow boxing. Because one of the risks, do not think dishonestly. So self-training is especially extremely important to be honest with yourself. And in different ways. Meaning when I train, I'm honest with myself. See? Narcissists only improve because they have a problem with perceiving flaw in themselves and absorbing that knowledge. And it'd be like, here's an area of weakness I had to improve. I have a need to improve. See? There's lack in this area. Oh, they understand. I'm failing right now. See? Which is applying that to growing in the martial arts, like psychology knowledge. That's the point. Musashi is one of the most famous and accomplished sword fighters in history. Miyamoto Musashi, he wrote the Book of Five Rings, Gori no Sho, the Book of Five Rings. And maybe that's why they had the Olympic, the Olympic. Maybe he's the founder of the Olympics. Okay, maybe they have fencing in there. So whatever, here's the point. And one of his rules is do not think dishonestly. Do not think dishonestly. Do nothing which is of no use. It's another, and it's like loosely. It's not the Bible, so I don't care too much about getting verbatim down the quotes. A lot is like the gist, the spirit of what his community. So if you get the meaning conveyed, like understand what he's saying to a point where you can grow and improve from it, or like understand what I'm saying, that's the point, okay? And there's different translations of his manual into English, and they will differ a little bit. So anyway, that's the point. One of his rules is do not think dishonestly. And that is very important part, like the philosophy part of learning martial arts, especially if you're self-training. We don't have some coach to let you know when you're doing something wrong or something like this. So it's very important to be honest and reality-centered in what you're doing and thinking and things like this. So how does not thinking dishonestly, as a Musashi rule, translate to actually getting better from solo training martial arts? Because when I'm training, as I did before, I'm not thinking dishonestly. I'm not like, that was a really good attack. When I feel, see, my feeling is telling the truth. When I was drilling this, as I go, and I practice, like I get here, let's work from this position, stand here off center, and then whack it like this. And then starting out, it's like, I feel I'm not hitting that hard. See? It's like, I like it when I hit it hard, and it's like, you can feel the success. I mean, it's like, I'm not struggling to hit hard. It's like, it's effective movement. I figure out a way, or it's like, oh, I just discovered a new way to attack or something. It's like, I'm trying a new position, attack from here or something like this. It's like, I hit it hard, and you can just feel the success that it's like energy spent, whatever. You can feel that it's a quality attack. You're doing something right, okay? Now, the times where I start doing something and I miss, see, when I miss, for example, it's not like I'm missing on purpose. Like if I missed, it's like I missed, okay? I'm hitting to the right, okay? It's like, okay, it's error correct. Go a little bit to right, try again. I missed again, see? I'm missing a lot right now, see? I'm failing at connecting with the object right now. And it's like, what can I do to address that failure? Well, try to turn my body a bit like this maybe. Or is I go from no look to look a little and see if that helps. Or something like this. It's like, okay, I'm connecting now. So basically, there's a tendency in humans to blind themselves to the error, which is not conducive to growing your skills. So do not think dishonestly. Which means if I'm throwing punches on the dummy training boxing, I can feel when I'm hitting hard, say. I can feel when I'm not hitting hard. It's like if I'm hitting it and throwing combos, I can feel if the form is a little bit off, and it's like I'm not throwing punches as cleanly as I did another training session. It's a little bit worse form this time, for whatever reason. Having my arms be fatigued or being, whatever the circumstances are, not trying hard enough or trying too hard or whatever the thing is. So basically, simply this. So how does that actually apply to real world skill development? Do you not think dishonestly? In so many ways. Whereas as you're drilling, as you're training things, you can feel if you're hitting hard. And it's like if you're hitting weak and you're trying to hit hard, but you're hitting weak. It's like you have to go, wow, I fail at hitting hard. I try to hit hard, but I fail at hitting hard. Okay. So do not think dishonest is basically don't lie to yourself. Okay. Do not think dishonest and do not lie to yourself. So what's another thing that could lying to yourself that could sabotage you? It's like overestimating the levels of what you're doing. Or it's like you start doing something and it's like you just decide that what you're doing is the fact or the best way of doing something, even though it's not. Okay. So which brings me to the point that I've been kind of beat around the burning bush a little bit here. So do not think this honestly. So training, talk about training, sword training. And like right and wrong ways to train. A person got a knife and it's like for self-defense. A Bible law can also go self-defense, use weapon all times. So it's like a person where it's legal in your state, country, whatever, it's legal for you as a citizen to have a knife on you for self-defense. Like in Texas, they have the right to have a gun for self-defense in public or home defense, as far as I know. So if there's a country where that's also true for knives, where you can have a knife on you for self-defense purposes. Like the potential use being attacked, and the law would allow you to use a knife to defend yourself against an attacker. If then, okay. And a person that bought a knife, and it's like I bought a knife now for EDC carry, everyday carry, covert, for self-defense, if needs be. And it's like, it would be rational to be, and I should train with it, see. It's like, I wouldn't, if I lived in America, or if I'm talking to somebody who does, or it's like somebody said, grandma, it's like, yeah, just buy a gun, put in your drawer, like the bedside table drawer. Just buy a third aid, put it in there, in case there's a burglar. Okay. Now having it and not having it, if you need it, is better with no training than not having it. Okay. Because possibly just presenting a weapon could dissuade a potential attacker at some cases. So if all you succeed in doing is like getting it in your hand, that can do something. Now his point, it's not that the right way to go about things is like, I'm getting a weapon of self-defense, bought the weapon of self-defense, the journey ends. Say, I'm ready for self-defense now. I got the self-defense weapon in my possession, and I have it if I need it. It's like, yeah, that's better than not having it. So no training and no weapon is worse than no training and a weapon, say, typically. Okay. But what's better than no training and no weapon, and what's better than no training and a weapon, is a weapon and training, say, generally. Okay. And you will have some fixed scenarios where somebody can be highly effective with no training, understand? Now, it's like we're going for generality, okay? Like most of the time, most people, most types of things and whatever. So here's the point. If you're gonna train knife fighting martial arts, you get a knife for self-defense, you train knife fighting martial arts. You don't only train shadow boxing. See, it's like, well, I'm just gonna train, but there is value there. So basically, the training I would recommend everybody might think about how to train for myself, okay? That it's not just like a waste of time, do nothing there's no use. Anything that I'm doing consistent long-term in training is something that is valuable. Do nothing which is of no use is not a umisashi. So I don't do anything that's pointless. Meaning it's like, I don't, on the regular, practice something like balancing the knife like this while walking. Now that does have some use, okay? It's like it's hard to find something that's entirely useless to do as a drill or practice or something like this. But it's like, if I'm gonna spend an hour training with my knife, is the time best spent doing this rotations and walking back and forth, balancing the knife like this? Or is the time better spent drilling, executing like actual attacks, having a normal grip and attacking different ways and drilling like combos, things like this? It might make more sense that I spend my time if I'm looking to in like a month improve my fighting ability, then I spend more time practicing like shadow boxing with it than kind of like fringe weird optimization things as kind of balancing the knife like this. Well, okay, which is also risky. So anyway, it's the point. So here's the thing. Yeah, so I would recommend only shadow boxing. Shadow boxing is good. If you want to get better knife fighting, something you can do is shadow boxing, which means and starting out. So as far as I'm concerned, if you get a knife, you can start with learning grips and then doing grip change drills, things that you can do initially. Get the knife, you learn grips, okay? And there's like 2 main grips, 2, 4. And then you can learn stances and guards. So it's like things you can do initially. There's some rigidity and some fluidity. So it's not like here is the way, if you miss in a millimeter this method, or what I think is like starting out training, you should start with this and do this, and it has to be the exact order, or it's gonna be completely pointless for this. No, but it's like, what are things, just talk about, you're gonna start training the martial arts, knife fighting martial arts. What I think is good starting out with? Well, learning grips, okay? Like the basics of the basics. Learning 1 or more grips. It's like this grip, a regular grip, and then the reverse grip. And then you can do maybe grip change drills and practice alternating between 2 grips. So basically learning grips, okay? Good grips. Learn the 2 main grips. This and this. Makes sense. Just learning this grip, this is a good grip here. Some at the bottom. See here? And it's like a round one. It has a thing here. It has this thing here. So here's the thumb here and the blade there. It's a reverse grip. And here is the regular grip with the thumb at the back. See? So I call this the regular grip. The thumb at the back. See? Here. And this is the reverse grip with the thumb at the bottom. There's a regular thumb at the back grip and a thumb at the bottom reverse grip here. You can also use like the hammer grip alterations, where you can have this be the regular grip and then this be the reverse grip. But I prefer this grip here and then this grip. And how I have it now is the blade is lining up with where my knuckle, my fingers fold here, like this, more or less. Now you can also angle it more if you want to have it like where you're lining up the blade to coexist more with your knuckles, like if you throw punches. So it's like the blade is, if I have it like this, it's misaligned for punch cutting, see, and it might end up connecting here. So for punch cutting, it's a bit different. That's the point. Things you could do starting out: learn grips, the 2 main grips, some at the back, some at the bottom, and those 2 grips are called the grips. They work for most knives, okay? For the most knives, some at the back and some at the bottom grip. And the better grips then some people will instinctually, ranging from some to lot, will instinctually grip a knife. So with this grip, stabbing, you're more likely to lose the knife if you had the thumb at the side like this. See, if I hit bone, it's easy for me to lose. It's hard for me to keep control of the weapon. It's easy for my hand to slide out, which is not only risking losing the knife, but it's also losing penetration power. Because if my hand is sliding here, I'm losing energy going forward. See, it's like if it's rigid here, stiff, and I'm connecting, the forward momentum of my hand, it's translated into penetration at the tip. Versus if my hand starts moving, I'm losing that penetration power. See? So for different reasons, it's good to have a good grip, okay? So here, this is not as strong as this with the thumb at the bottom, which gives a backstop for reverse grip stab. So if I hit bone, like worst case scenario, I hit bone, stuff like this, it's more secure and it's easier for me to retain the weapon stabbing something hard, like bone or dense wood, with the thumb at the bottom like this. And the thumb at the bottom, reverse grip, works for most knives, from like kitchen knives to daggers to this and that type of knife. And then rather than this, here's the regular grip, thumb at the back. So this, I call this the thumb at the back grip, thumb at the back regular grip. And in front of my thumb, I'm cutting. And then if I poke the thumb, I'm stabbing like this. And it gives you some backstop for connecting here, see, versus this more give, see. If I hold like this, it's hard to keep from moving, which means what? Less cutting power potentially, and easier for me to lose the knife. Versus if I put my thumb here, it adds resistance here. And here's the reverse grip thumb at the bottom. If I hit like this, it can go down, but just the thumb here makes a big difference. See, only the thumb, in of itself, only the thumb, I can push down really hard. But with the fingers, a little bit looseness, just a little bit looseness, I start sliding down. So I like this grip, thumb at the bottom. And this is the regular grip, thumb at the back here. Thumb at the back, and then thumb at the bottom. And these are two main grips. This is a butter knife, okay? But this is the thumb at the bottom grip, and this is this is the thumb at the back grip, and this is the thumb at the bottom grip. So as far as I'm concerned, if you're going to start training knife fighting martial arts, where to start? What do you start with? You could start with learning those two grips, thumb at the back, thumb at the bottom, with a training knife. So everything with a training knife initially. That's not just as a disclaimer, but to be a quality advice giver. Because if there's 100 people that would start using real knives to do knife fighting martial art drills, one of them is going to get hurt at least. Drop the knife on the food or cut the leg or stuff like this. So you use training knives. And if you don't have a dedicated training knife, like before you can buy a training knife, there's like design for training. What I used to use there is better because it's a butter knife. And most people have a knife at home they could use to start training knife fighting right now. Like knife fighting, start the journey, start training knife fighting martial arts. Most people have a butter knife at home. And what I mean by butter knife, what type of butter knife? Well, the most common one that has a round tip, so it's non-stabbing. I mean, if you end up accidentally poke yourself, it's not shaped in a way that's gonna easily slide into your body. So a weapon knife is designed to like easily slide into the body, but a training knife you want the opposite. You want it to not be sharp and good at cutting, and you want it to not be narrow at the tip and good at thrusting and like achieving penetration. So it's like the opposite. For the training knife, for the actual knife, I want something that's sharp and pointy for easily hurting your body. But for a training knife, I want something that it would be hard for me to hurt my body accidentally with it. Meaning that has a round tip, not sharp, and it's not sharp on either side. So they have like plastic butter knives, like you use for peanut butter or spread Nutella or butter, like a butter knife that is round and not sharp on either side. And it still has like a handle and the general shape of a knife, so you can use it for practicing uh, shadow boxing and like techniques and things like this. And it's a lot less riskier than using an actual knife, which I don't recommend that you do. So things you can do starting out: learn the grips with a trailer knife. Learn the grips. Tuning grip, some at the back, some at the bottom. You can practice different stances. Practice different stances, way of attacking, so on and so forth. So initially, grips, stances, guards, and then getting into shadow boxing. You can start out by dividing the shadow boxing and just training one stance and one way of attacking from that one stance repeatedly, and then switch to something else, and then switch to something else, maybe switch to a different grip, in a different stance, and practice attacking in a different way from a different stance with different grip, things like this. So basically, you can get better at knife fighting, martial arts, by learning the grips, drilling, practicing different stances, ways of attack from those stances, guards, ways of attack from those stances, guards. And not too long after starting out training, shadow boxing, everything shadow boxing in the air and things like this. You don't want to wait too long until you bring your training to impact training. And what I mean by impact training means as opposed to shadow boxing. So how does this look like? And I just misplaced my line. So starting out, like you learn the two main grips. Here's the thumb at the bottom grip, and here's the thumb at the back regular grip. Okay. So here, you can start practicing things like this, reverse grip after you learn that grip. Just assume a stance, any stance. And then what can I do from here? Well, I can attack like this, see? Like a punch gun. I can attack like this. Maybe drill from this attack and then return it to the guard. I keep this general the same guard. And then attack once, retract, you can attack again. And see, so you're learning one way, one stance, attacking in a way from that stance, and then do it repeatedly. Then you can, after a while, switch to maybe standing like this, and then practicing attacking like this. It's like from this stance, this way of standing, body positioning, there's this one way to attack with this one grip. Like this, for example, which would be somebody like lunging at you and I cut them coming in. Similar to like a Muay Thai upward elbow. It's here, someone's like coming at me to grab myself like this, and here, then I can explode up like this, and cut powerfully from here, from the hip. If there's a torso in front of me or an arm, I can cut up with power with the reverse grip from here. See? So I can throw punches, do whatever here, but if there's something, a kick, a punch, the whole body coming at me, I can quickly cut in front of myself, diagonally, almost straight. Meaning more like this, is I can cut from here, here. So that's a way to do knife fighting and martial arts training. You learn the basics of the basics, the two grips that I talked about. This grip, thumb at the back, and then the thumb at the bottom grip here. And then you can start drilling different stances and techniques. Learning different stances, learning different ways to attack from those stances, and then practice that a little bit. Then you get into sequencing. So after you've been practicing, you learn like, oh, this I learned like this one way to attack from this stance, and then it's like I've learned this other way to attack from the same stance, like this, for example, or like this, for example. and you learn different ways to attack this one stance. Now you can go and start sequencing and doing combos. It's like this followed by this. So if you learn this way of attacking from this guard, turn it here and then attack like this. And then you also learn this way attack from that guard, and you learn this way attack from this guard, and like this or whatever. Now you can do a combo, so you go from this guard, 1, 2, retract, and then throw that, and then you can incorporate body movement and things like this. So it's not that complicated, really, but this is like things that make sense. See? It's not telling you just sit to get better knife fighting. You need to sit and meditate, and it's like just sit and like visualize yourself winning knife fights, and that's the end all be all, something like this. No, it's like these are things that actually matter. Okay, and a lot of it is like similar. What I do and recommend for getting better knife fighting is like boxing training. So how do boxers train? Do boxers only practice stances, learning a stance, and then learning attacking from that stance, and then that's all they do? No. And it's like they do all kinds of shadow boxing, but they learn how to make a fist, they learn stances, they learn attacking in different ways from those stances. It's like how you foot like this, attack this, you learn this way to attack, and you can also attack like this and like this from this stance. It's like you learn to attack with straight punch from this stance, and then with an uppercut you can understand. But it's not that that's the end all be all. The boxers do to win boxing fight. It's just practice throwing punches from a stance and shadow box. That's the end all be all. No, that they might start with that. If I go to boxing and be like, hey, I don't know nothing about boxing, guy. Can you teach me? They got like a free beginner's course. I would be surprised if they would have like, okay, everybody, beginner's class, gonna teach you how to stand. You stand like this, left foot forward, right foot, look at my legs like this. And it's like you stand like this, and then look at my hand, you go like this now, something like this. And now everybody do this, and we're doing that 100 times, something like this. Okay. And maybe a little bit later go, okay, now, it's like, okay, you're doing your boxing for this correct a little bit. They're like, now we're gonna go to a different thing. Everybody's got like this way. Now we're going to that, followed by this, okay. And things like this. So it's important. A lot of the knife fighting training methodology and philosophy I have is similar to boxing, because what works works. So boxers that are looking to win fight can't really afford to train in ridiculous, pointless ways. See, do you understand? It's like they can't really afford to spend time at a pro level or aiming to get pro, training in stupid ways that doesn't really help them to get better. See, so that whatever they end up doing in boxing, which is more than 100 years old, like the sport of boxing in the West, it's going to be like established that this makes sense to do this in training. Have a bag, punch it. Shadow boxing, a speedball. See? It's like things people started, they never stopped. It wasn't like, well, we figured out this is completely pointless. And kind of now you look at boxing and how most boxers train, it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be shadow boxing. It's going to be skipping rope condition. Now that's more for athleticism, but like skipping rope, there's going to be heavy bag punching, there's going to be sparring and things like this. So there's going to be things that, but here's the point. So it's basically, it's very similar to if you would be learning something else. And part of what you can learn is the skill of learning a skill, see? Whereas if you can learn as a person to learn a skill, self-training as I have, you've learned the methodology of learning a skill, see? So the skill of learning a skill, self-taught. If you could teach yourself one thing, there's got to be overarching, like how to get better at a thing, see? Do you understand? Repetition, practice, being honest with yourself. Like when I'm singing and do live a cappella, something like this, and sometimes I'm singing really well. Other times it's like, I'm not happy with that note, it was just a bad note, see? This really sounds bad. It's like, I don't feel comfortable. It's a really bad note I hit there, okay? See? So it's being honest with yourself. Not like I'm always sounding great as I'm saying, and like even when I don't, like no, I say I'm sounding great. I'm sounding great. Do you understand? So it's once again, do not think dishonestly. Um, that's kind of like an obvious, clear example. It's an ego behind you, like a big pink one. Look, what is it called? Yeah, yeah. So I'm compensating for quarter pounds with surprise. Okay, so it's like that. My main thing was surprising with it, catching off guard, misdirecting it with the ego, the old this ego behind you or something like this. So it got you looking and turning. It's like so. It's like I'm compensating. Like call it attack, the element of surprise, or we'll call it attack. So it's like if it's 10 points of call it attack, it needs to be 90 points of surprise, kind of. So here's the point. Okay, it's like it's not a here nor there. It's not like the wrecking ball. It's not a palm strike. It's kind of like it's just like a little bit of everything, but not enough of anything that's good. So here's the point. I'm getting frustrated about, oh, okay, I had both lighters in my right pocket. So my body was conditioned to be like, no, what you feel in your pocket is the knife, okay? Which is like the brain is already, like, I have this thing I'm feeling in my right pocket is a knife. So it's like it blocks out, where it's like, where are the, and it's not like I feel something in my pocket that might be no. So here's the point. And we got to the point of these lighters where you have to assist and use both sometimes because it's like low on gas. So a lot of times in booths you use two of them, and it can work, and one of them won't work. Sometimes there's a lighter that has a good spark, and then the other lighter has good gas, and put together they work well. Yeah, so basically knife fighting, you want to get better at knife fighting. I wouldn't recommend getting a better knife fighter, but tell yourself that you can win a knife fight easily, and then leave it at that, which is telling yourself that you will do great, and then leave it at that. See? A very real danger in a knife fight too is you getting hurt by your own weapon. It is a real danger actually. I mean, we're not talking training now, we're talking about fighting. I believe that it's a very real danger for people to get cut themselves as they're moving a knife around. Especially if it's not controlled as you should train, even with a training knife, like in front of yourself, away from the body, tight and control, and you're not like moving around like close to your body and stuff, which makes it more risky. But if you're moving the knife around and this force being applied to you in different ways, unexpected ways, it's like you're moving here, there's something hitting here like a kick. It's like there's a very real chance that you could get hurt by the old knife. Not by your like direct error necessarily, as a result of your direct action. Like you move stupid or have too loose of a grip and just drop it or something like this. But from somebody throwing kicks, punches, or going for the knife arm and ends up being pulled into your body or dragged, like brushing against your body or something like this. Here's another thing I want to teach you for safety. If you follow the training methodology that I would recommend of assuming a certain stance, like and drilling attacks. So it's like what you're doing for training right now, you assume this stance, maybe high guard, and have the knife here, and you practice attack like this, and then, or 12 to 6. My point is this, wrong way of retraction. If you're drilling from this guard, which works with batons and swords and knives and anything, well, a lot of things. If you're practicing things for attacking from yourself, then retracting kind of to the side of your head or your shoulder. Don't retract after attacking like this, which could be intuitive, like this. which might be the natural way to do it. If you would be like, I tell this to drill, stand here and then attack and then pull it back again. How you might end up pulling it back is like this possibly, see? Which makes it more risky if you're training that you do an accidental eye poke on yourself or get yourself in the face somehow. So a safe way to retract from here, executing this, rather than this, which is like natural, just like forward and then back, straight back, and you end up moving the tip towards yourself, see? So a safer way to do the retraction is after attack like this, retracting like this, see, where you're retracting more like this. Do you understand? So not retracting like this, but more like this, see? So in case you practice with a knife, you don't end up poking yourself in the eye. Because even like a rubber trading knife, it could be uncomfortable to poke yourself in the eye with it. So it's like you're here, then you can retract more like this, where you're not moving the tip towards your face and your neck. Also, that translates to real fighting. Because if I have the tip pulled at myself, and it's a kick or a punch or a shove, that drives the tip into me. So it's like I'm threatening myself and risking, do you understand? So if I have the tip towards you, it's dangerous for you to move towards it, okay? Just statically, like this is blocking moving straight this way. See, just holding it here. And where the tip is, it becomes dangerous to move in that direction. Now, if I hold the knife like this, okay, like this, ready to attack like this, and I have this guard, and you kick like a tip here, that you stab the knife into me, see? So if I have the knife like this, and I'm ready, I'm thinking like I'm ready to do this, okay? But if you kick, if somebody kicks or pushes or grabs the knife, it can end up being pushed into myself, see? So a lot of times you keep the tip away from you and you don't have the weapon aimed at your own body. And a simple way, another way that could go wrong is if you would slip or something like that. So I'd like to get bogged down in details. It's not bogged down, it's worked up in details. It's more being worked up than bogged down. It's what we're into. We bought a lot of control like you wouldn't believe. It's simple, it's what we're into. We got a little truck here, a neighborhood truck with the flashers on it. I don't know if this is a water leak or something like this. Nice point. I think they have the lights on anytime they're moving the vehicle for safety purposes. It's like a worker truck. I would suspect that works in the neighborhood. It might be that if they move the vehicle, it's on. Similar to some trucks that if they back up automatically, okay, to prevent risks, to mitigate, to reduce the risk of driving around. Got a high visibility pattern. High visibility like reflective tape and stuff. Orange and like silver reflective stuff, and then also the things on top. So anyway, support knife fighting martial arts. What makes sense to do for training, and it doesn't have to be. It's like I'm gonna talk about what I think can help you get better knife fighting martial arts if you're looking to train it, solo train initially. Then it has to be like a super, like exactly like this. You have to start with the grip change drills, and then this like now here are different useful things you can do, and then some general things. So like the first thing would be learning the two grips there, so the two main grips. That makes sense. They're two quality grips. They work for most knives. And then after learning the grips, you can start learning different stances, aka guards. Stances and guards are more or less interchangeably used, because a stance like is a guard. See, it's like it's a body posture I have where I'm not positioned in a way to be vulnerable. so my stance is a guard, see. So it's like this I can call no guard or hip guard, where I have my hands at my hips kind of here. And then from here I can use speed as a defense, see. So it's not, personally with my level of athleticism and speed and reflexes, static defense is not something I had to major on as much. Where I use more speed and movement as my defense, see, like a reactive defense. Whereas somebody who's heavier and slower and less athletic, it becomes more important to have a good static defense where you have your head covered, see. If you can't move fast this way, see, it becomes more important that as you're stuck here, that you're well covered, see. Understand? If you're too slow, your reflexes, your athleticism is low, and somebody that's fast, you can close the distance and connect with something. It's more important that you have a static defense, that if the person quickly closes the distance and throws at your head, you're well covered. Whereas if you're faster, have better reflexes, you have a better chance to be able to see an attack coming and moving out of the way, or intercepting, moving things into the way. See? Do you understand? Where like a fast boxer, some boxers end up in the ring, and this people have high athleticism coupled with high level skill. We see them, they're in the ring hands down, and they're just like, they're using their body movement as a defense. See? And then there's other boxers, this what is the Philly shell, whatever it's called, where it's like they keep a certain guard and keep themselves well covered like all times, see? And then there's other boxers that have more of a style that's relying on speed, see? Where it's like so there's different extremes. There's some boxers like they defensively conscious, responsible, that they keep like themselves covered. When they're close to you, they're in punching range or near punching range, they're well covered, okay? They're covering vulnerable areas. And then other boxers have more of a style of relying on speed and the reaction, like reflexes, to get out of harm's way or to parry things if something comes. So different styles, it depends on who you are. Now here's the point. Where is I going with this? Yeah, so knife fighting martial arts training seems to make sense. You learn the two main grips that I showed you. The thumb at the back and the thumb at the bottom grip. The thumb at the back is the regular grip, and the thumb at the bottom is the reverse, inverted, upside down, whatever grip. Okay. Here's the thumb at the back grip. Here's the thumb at the bottom grip. And an alteration of the thumb at the back grip is thumb at the back, pinky at the bottom, which is the opposite of the thumb at the bottom, where you have a digit at the bottom. So here's the thumb at the back. Learn these two grips. Thumb at the back and thumb at the bottom. And then here's a variation of the thumb at the back grip. It's thumb at the back, pinky at the bottom, which is doing the same thing for you as the thumb at the back does. Resistance to stabbing. When you're stabbing, the finger at the bottom helps. And with the pinky at the bottom, it's the same thing for stabbing with the regular grip. After learning the two main grips, you can start practicing different stances and guards. Different ways of attacking from those stances and guards. And doing repetitions. Initially, you can be pretty static and somewhat rigid. And over time, you become more fluid. See? Where it's like, what is rigidity? And like, it's like what this one stance, see? This one way of attacking several times, see? And then it's like assuming another stance And then this one way you attack from this stance and then drilling that. And then maybe, okay, same stance, different way of attacking, more hooking. And then hooking to different target zone and then drill from here to here, see? This is to the neck. See? And then it's like, okay, learn that too, you got repetitions in, I feel like I can do this pretty well. This, like from this stance, this position of my body, delivering this to the neck, see? And then back again, and you drill that. And it's like, well, now let's switch to reverse grip and have like a high guard stance like this. And then practice attacking like this. And drill that. Now that's pretty rigid. One stance, one way attacking, drilling that one stance way of attacking repeatedly, and then switch to another one, switch to another one. Now the diversity becomes less rigid then. Eventually, you can start sequencing things together and chain attacks together. Where you learn this one stance while we're attacking, you got them decent at least at it, you got them better at it. And now you can start from here, attack here, go to here, and then that, and then back to the high guard, and then this, and you can make it more flowy and then do combos. Everything now. So do you understand? It's like if a person starts out, get a training knife, learn the two grips, some at the back and the some at the bottom. Alternate regular grip, some at the back, pinky at the bottom. That's 3 grips, okay. And then, okay, let's start with the regular grip here. Some at the back. Assume this stance, aka guard, in front of a mirror, just in shadow box in a room like this. And then learn this one way of attacking. What can I do from here? I can attack like this, see? After I'm attacking, retract, return to same guard, and then attack in the same way again. And you can practice just this. And everything is static, I'm remain planted here. And I'm focusing on mostly like maintaining this guard and then attacking in this way with this arm, okay? And then, okay, let's switch to, from this stance, go down to the hip and practice attack a different way from here. Staying static and planted with my body and just focusing on mostly the arm right now. And the form of the attacks with the arm. I'm maintaining the guard. And what can I do from here? I can attack like an uppercut like this. Kind of diagonally like this. Or whatever you pick, attack. Like here, for example. See here. Or it could be straight out from here. Here, see. Straight out. See. Here. And then drill that. Everything's static. Now, weighted trainers, you do all these different static drills. One guard, one way attacking, alternate, switch. After getting repetitions in one of them, start to get a hang of it, switch to another one. And everything is static, we're standing still and just mainly focusing on maintaining a certain guard, attacking once, retracting, return to the guard, and attacking again. Drilling that. Later on, you can make it more fluid by a little bit less rigidity, a little bit less static, where it's like you can have the same thing, start with this one grip, this one stance, this one way attacking, see? And then you can make it more fluid, less static by going, now let's, everything the same, only I'm stepping forward and doing that attack and then stepping back, see? And it's a little bit less static now. But it's like you've been drilling this one stance, that is one way of attacking. And then you can work with the same thing and make it less static by going everything the same, only step in, attack, retract, and then step back, see? And then practicing closer the distance, and then doing it, and then back. And then you can do it another way, where it's like you step back and attack, and then things like this. So you start out static, and then make it less static over time, and diversifying. and things like this. Eventually you can get into more flowing and moving around in the room, in, out, up, down, left, right, and flowing more and varying things more. So eventually you want to get to, you start with shadow boxing, and I can loosely use shadow boxing for the grip change, like learn the grips and grip change wheels and everything. So it's kind of like shadow boxing. It's like you're doing things in the air and you're not impacted with something. So what I call impact training is where you're impacted with the techniques. You're hitting something with the techniques. Okay. So not long after start to train, you want to take your training to impact training. And there's so many different forms of impact training you can do. It could be you have a wooden stick that is like symbolizing a knife, and you have like a tree in the backyard, and you can start the same thing you were doing in shadow boxing, just the air, apply it to impact training, make impact training, where it's the same thing in front of a tree, and then like just lightly tapping it, like actually impact with the technique, and then retract, and then impact and retract. Another form of impact training is you can suspend an object from the ceiling by a string, like a tennis ball, water bottle, something like this, and impact with it. And that's more advanced impact training because it's closer to combat use, meaning something that's moving that you're impacting with, moving away from you, something moving away from you, at you to the side, up towards you, and up towards you, and away and down, and things like this. And that's more advanced. So something like this can be used. This is a butter knife, metal butter knife, and this is definitely less dangerous to use for training than an actual sharp and pointed knife, which you shouldn't use. So don't try anything you see me do this live stream at home. Now, this could be made into an effective weapon. And what I would want to do to it is to grind it down to have a triangular tip. Would be a simple way to make it a lot more effective as a weapon, like an angle grinder, and do a pyramid top cut where it's like a triangle, the top of a triangle, a pyramid here. Okay, and it becomes like this shape. Look at the area between my fingers, the top there. I basically make it be, the tip be this shape up here, and it's instantly a lot more dangerous. And that's all you do, just remove material. You wouldn't have to sharpen it, nothing. All you have to do is remove material in a certain way. That's the only change, and really upregulate the dangerousness of the object. I mean, if you just do two cuts, zut, zut, like this, and no sharpen, no nothing, it just made it a lot more weaponry. From a butter knife that's like designed to not be an effective weapon. If you look at this, I guess if you design it to be not that effective as a weapon, not sharp anywhere, not pointy, see, which is what makes this good as a training knife. So if you're looking to start training knife martial arts, you haven't been doing it before, I recommend that you don't use an actual knife because it's risky. Okay. And the point of training is to get better. Like if you're training reality based, and not only for like a meditation form or a hobby or something like this, but you're training in a way that could translate to like actually raising your ability and helping you get better. What is the point of training knife fighting martial arts? If you're training boxing, it's like I'm training boxing as a way for exercise, and I enjoy it, and as it's good for my mind. And I'm also in the back of my head going, in case I get attacked, I guess I could use the boxing for self-defense and have a better chance at winning a fight if I had to defend myself. Now, would it make sense to train boxing where we get injured, which translates to being worse at fighting? See? No, it doesn't. If you're training where you get injured, it's like, oh, I can't throw punches, I got a bad arm from how I've been training, I've been punching trees, okay, full power, and I got a bad wrist, shoulder, arm, and it's like I can't throw punch the way anymore because of the training I've been doing. That doesn't really make any sense. So if you're training the way that makes you like super injured, okay, injury to it's like the investment. Okay, what are you getting for this level of pain and injury and inflammation since it is? It's like it doesn't make sense to do training in a way. The point of training is to make yourself more dangerous and better at fighting with a knife. So if you're training in a way that makes you physically mechanical injury, makes you physically less capable of fighting, then your training is like self-defeating. It's okay. So I mean, if you train knife fighting martial arts with a real knife, you end up dropping on your foot the knife, because you use a real knife that's like pounding heavy like a butcher knife. Something you drop on your foot in your flip flops because you didn't listen to me and say don't use a real knife for training. And then you go to the ER now you got a bad foot, and it's like you can't move as fast. Your athleticism suffers. You can't close the distance as fast. You got worse athletically at fighting now. If you are training in a way where you didn't listen to me, and it's like you're drilling and you're retracting it like this rather than like this, you end up poke your eye. Now you have one eye, which messes with your depth perception and makes it harder for you to be accurate and with your attacks and things like this. And it's like, do you understand? So this be kind of like extreme examples of if you train too risky. What you're risking is like losing an eye or having a bad foot or a bad hand that it hurts your grip strength and things like this. So training safe is smart. Now there's nothing that's truly safe, okay? Just standing still holding a real knife, there's a level of risk involved. Like maybe if you sneeze like this, it's like the low chance that you sneeze or something like this, and you drop it. Knife support, so nothing is like truly safe from a certain perspective. Knife support, knife fighting, martial arts training. Too much ego. This is the ego question stick. If I feel this people watch the video, students that have too much ego. You have to bow down to the floor right now, like this. And then this is the ego correction stick, right? Hitting it over the back. Too much ego. Please remove ego. Like some Buddhist monk or something like this. Like certain monks in Japan, where they have a correction stick, where somebody has too much ego. And like the guy that did the Buddhist meditation martial arts, he goes and beats you over the back with a stick. And it's like too much ego. Too much ego. Okay. That's like a reference part of it. It's like there was a travel show, Filip och Fredrik. There's a Swedish like TV duo that has had several shows in Sweden. It'd be like travel shows and stuff. They go to Japan and they travel around the world and they're meeting interesting characters and stuff. And they went to Japan, okay, and then they're checking in for like a retreat, maybe a weekend stay at a Buddhist temple or something like this in Japan, some kind of temple with the monks, okay, as an experience, like live in the temple with the monks. It's like the morning meditation, and you dress like them, and you're part like the Buddhist monk life, and they're like raking gravel in the front yard and things, whatever they're doing, okay. And at the moment they're gonna check in, the producer hadn't broken it to them. So it's like the producer of the show had been like, yeah, we're gonna have you check in for retreat. And then they break it to them when they arrive. It's like, you're gonna have to shave your hair. Okay. But to be in this, you had to shave your hair to be a monk in this temple. It's like that's just, it's like take off your shoes or something like this. You're supposed to take off your shoes if you go to a house. So it's like you're gonna have to shave off your hair to be like a month for the weekend here. It's like that's part of the package. You're gonna have to shave off your hair. Like okay. And then one of the guys was freaking out and because a big part of his identity, I guess, is his haircut. A lot of men, that's why it hurts a lot of men so much when they start having male pattern baldness, because it's such a big part of identity, and it's like some weird status symbol. It's like some people like it's like a big part of their identity. And I guess it's like how they their handsomerness is like their hair or something like this. So our guys, as they start losing their hair, it's like a big deal to them. So they end up with comb overs and toupees and then all kinds of stuff, because it's like their whole life, a big part of identity is like the hair is a big part of like their appearance, the ego. So that's the basis. Like he's got his hair and like some kind of thing, and it's like you're gonna have to lose all the hair now, okay? And he's freaking out, and it's like I'm not doing this. It's like and the other guy, part of the TV duo, he's like I'm doing it, okay? He's like he's doing it, and then the other guy, it's like I'm not doing it. Screw this. Okay. It's like and he goes with I guess they're like two TV crews over two camera guys over this. So he goes. He's going to the nightclub scene. So one guy stays. He cuts his hair, and he stays there. And then the other guy is like he goes to the nightclub scene, and there's like a camera guy following him, and he's in karaoke bars, being drunk and obnoxious, and things like this. And then at one point of the segment, it's like they have like an ego stick, and then the head honcho monk, for some reason, is just like start like it's like he instructs him to like how to prostrate, like how to go down like this, and he start hitting with a stick on the back. Not like I was training, but it's like kind of like just to kind of tap him a little bit, and then it's like ow. It's like no, you should say thank you for remove ego. So his attitude wasn't right as he was here with the sticks. It's like your attitude should be thank you for beat my ego something like this. It's like the guy's like thank you for ego. You should, so basically he wasn't happy with him like whining about like oh something. He should be like you should be humble and be like thank you for correcting my ego with ego correction stickers like this. So yeah. Anyway, support. You can work for dicey or something. I remember the part of the prayer that they taught me was in dicey or something. Or dicey or something. So what are they support? Yeah. When in Rome. Yeah, so where was I go with this? I can feel the egos. Somebody's ego is blowing up right now. Too much ego. I had to say thank you for removing ego. Still too much ego. Okay. Yeah. You heard about beat the tar out of somebody before. Beating the ego out of you and the devil while we're at it. We can have some tar on it and then use the tar to glue feathers on it. And then beat your ego with it. Too much ego. I'm getting into it now. I can see they should hire me as the ego correction guy to be this temple. I just a job I could do. Too much ego. Put the head down more. Too much ego. Still too much. I can feel this. Still too much ego. Eckhart Tolle would be the first one to be hit over the head with it. If he checked into my Buddhist temple, he'd be hit over the head with it, not the back. Understand? That's level ego inside of that guy. Too much ego, Eckhart. Okay. That's the last little like grip of ego that was left to bring out of. Just the last little hit there. I can feel the ego is coming back again. Yeah. When do you even think about it, understand? Just keep the ego down. Keep it in check. Too much ego here. So anyway, support. Yeah, so that's the point. I like
I've been doing what I've been doing. So here's the point. Knife martial arts. So yeah, so talk about Musashi's Book of Fire Rings. What are some of the things that he talked about? He was Musashi. He is a famous swordsman who, according to history, allegedly reportedly, had 60 plus sword fight duels to the death without dying, which means most of the time the other guy died. Okay, so it wasn't to the death for him, but to the point of death for the other person. Is how it is working. So Storm Musashi is basically, he was a guy, he was a sword fighter, and I think a Ronin, a masterless samurai, which in Japanese I think is used from like a masterless dog, like a stray dog, like a street dog or something like this. I think there's a connection between Ronin, the word Ronin, which would be like a master samurai. So typically you would have like a free agent. Typically a samurai, the samurai class, would be a soldier bodyguard type of person in the service of a person, okay? So it'd be a little bit like a mix of a soldier and a bodyguard, like the Secret Service. Sometimes it'd be like the Secret Service, where like Trump, it'd be some big shot and he'd have samurais, like an army of samurais, and some samurais might have been his personal protection detail. But the point is this: samurai were warriors, and they were typically like in the employ, in the service of somebody. And it wasn't just like a guy in the village wakes up, I'm gonna be samurai, goes finds his swords and walk around, I'm a samurai, not being a samurai in Japan. It was a certain type of class, and then they'd be working for somebody. And also that part of like Japanese servant culture is a whole different rabbit trail to go now. Where my analysis of the West versus Japan is the West is more narcissistic, whereas Japan is not unique to Japan, but in general Asian countries, a lot of Asian cultures, and let's stick to Japan, have more like I'm a part of a whole serving the community and others, more of like a selfless culture, like reinforcing that. Where in the West it's more me, see, it's more individualistic. Whereas in Japan, the culture is more self-sacrificial and serving another, serving society sacrificially. See, whereas like if your it's like your role is to serve this person. If you fail your duties, it's like you so Japan is less of a narcissistic culture, has been, than the West. And West is more like a culturally narcissistic. American Sweden is more like more of a narcissistic culture. If you look at a certain culture as like a system, as like a school of thought or like a way of being, it's like the Japanese culture system. There's more serving something external than yourself. Okay, it's more about serving something external at the expense of yourself than serving yourself. So anyway, that's the point. And included like Japan, if they would fail their duties, they off themselves. Okay, they unalive themselves. That's also part of the culture. And this spread over into World War II. So their history and their culture, like cultural heritage, like Bushido and samurai culture, and things like this, Hagakure is a group. They're basically like in different details, but they have a culture, like the samurai ancestral thing, like the heritage of the culture's been like you serve the boss, and if you bring shame and fail your duties, it's like you off yourself. This carried off into to like save your honor and your house, your family's safe face, kind of. There's like a guy who's serving a big shot as a samurai. He somehow fails his duties, and he brings shame upon his own bloodline. But the way to save himself is to off himself, and then it's like saves face, kind of. Okay. This carried over into World War II, which is part of what made Japan compensated with morale over like being disadvantaged financially in terms of equipment, weapons, numbers, and things like this. Like a big part of what like carried the whole team, what carried them for a long way, was their fighting spirit and their morale, where they were willing rather to depart and be with the ancestors. Meaning, it wasn't just that they were like not that worried about dying in combat. A lot of them were like they just like hoping to die in combat because that is, do you understand? It's like they weren't just like not that worried about dying in combat. A lot of them were like the ancestors. It's like I go on a place of glory, charge the enemy with like a spear type thing. And do you understand? It's like some of them were kind of like half desiring dying in battle. See? So I remember there was I saw something not long ago. It was like some place where when they fought a certain position where the Japs were, out of 500, they had to kill 495 of them, and the last 5 killed themselves. Was like an American or whatever Allied forces guy recounted like how hard it was to fight the Japs because they wouldn't surrender. It's like normally it's like you're out of bullets or like you're faced with an overwhelming force, you're suffering heavy casualties, you have no like real way to put up a fight, you're running out of bullets, you're low on ammo. It's like there's certain things that most people would give up, okay, and surrender. But I remember this a certain battle somewhere. It's like out of the 500 people stationed here that we were fighting the Japs, defending some installation or bunker complex or whatever. So we had to kill 495 out of 500, and the last 5 killed themselves. See, as we like captured position. So to capture this position, held by 500 Japs, they had to kill 495 out of 500, and the last 5 killed themselves. Meaning, it's like everybody we lost. See, it's like the Americans won, we failed our duties. Our job from the emperor or something like this, via the general, was to keep this position and don't let them take it. And it's like we failed, whatever. And it's like they fought to the death. Where it's like the other ones, it's like go over the top. It's like it could be like a advancing line of the allies and with tanks and stuff, and they're in the trenches maybe, and they're low on bullets and they don't have maybe 8 take capability and stuff. But it's like they go over the top and like charge as a soldier. Just one guy just on his own volition go over the top and charge the enemy. And he does it not believing he's gonna make it, okay? So the Japs had like a rare fighting spirit and what you could call morale, okay? Where they simply refused to give up and they would fight to the last man, last bullet. If they run out of bullets, they do a bayonet charge on it. Charge into machine gun fire with bayonets, okay? It's like keep firing bullets, run out of bullets. It's not like, oh, we're out of bullets, let's wave the white flag. It was like, okay, wait until they're closer, like run at them and try to poke them with our bayonets, like into machine gun fire, things like this. So the Japs were like a completely different thing in World War II. Now here's the point. A big part of it comes from the heritage. It was like in World War II, somebody figured out a way to have the Japs fight to the last man and not surrender easily. And just they figured out that's like multi-generational heritage of how the culture's been, like the samurai culture and self-sacrificial service of the homeland and your superiors and dying for your country and things like this. And yeah. So anyway, that's the point. Back to Musashi. So Musashi had 60 plus sword fight duels to the death. For real. So he started out being a samurai and he started fighting duels. And he had 60 plus sword duels to the death. And survived to tell the tale. And how the story goes, history, what is story, what is history? It's like you can't know 100% every detail about something like this, what's real, what's not.
For not every detail. It's not the Bible if you read like certain history books. No. 60 plus duels. 60 plus duels. Sword fights to the death. And basically after having maybe the most successful sword fighting career, like it's like this is the guy in Japan, like out of all the people fighting with swords, it's like this is like the number one person, okay? He's going over the hill, he's an older man, and he sits down and decides to write like a manual from his experience. So I guess he recognizes that it has value, that it contains value, and he might feel like he needs to externalize this. Like he's fought 60 sword fights plus to the death. He's learned things I understand. He might feel like he ought to pass this on to other people, like what he's learned. And he wrote the Book of Five Rings, which I looked at. Now, I didn't study it religiously. I haven't read it like I read the Bible, like trying hard to memorize it and I spend a lot of time in it. But it's an interesting book, and it has different elements. So the book is divided into elements, like the air, water, things like this. And it can be kind of hard to understand at first glance, but it's an interesting book of Five Rings. And some of his rules: do not think dishonestly, do nothing which is of no use, is another one. Small people had to be familiar with the spirit of large people. So he talks in ways, communicate, and it's like, what is the translators to English? But it's like, there's this, it's like a different way of thinking and communicating. It can take some time to kind of wrap your head around it. Where instead of like energy or you might see like a small person has to learn that, but it's like he described to that small people need to become familiar with the spirit of large people, something like this. There's a lot of where it's kind of like vague language where it is kind of like the spirit of large people and cutting with a certain spirit and things like this, rather than hyper focus on the physical technique where it's like thumb over this knuckle, left foot forward, right over. It's more philosophical than technical. If you look at it, like there's a lot of like philosophical like energy, feel, attitude. There's a lot of that in there, and it's almost, I would say, kind of from this, not like not have looked at it recently, not have looked at a lot at any point in time, but it's like this almost, I would say, safe to say that it's like this more vague, this more non-technical writing, this more like concept, vague spirit and feel and like vibe and attitude and mindset and intention in there than like hyper focus on detailed physical details. See? The book, you read the Book of Five Rings, there's more of like attitude and philosophy of like, do not think like this, see, then okay, here's the book, thumb here, hand here, stand like this and fight short or something like this. And it's like attacking combinations, three thrusts. It's not that technical, it's more philosophical than technical. There's more of like become familiar, as small people need to become familiar with the spirit of larger, bigger people. See, so it's not like to fight a bigger man, use your speed and move your arms fast. So this like more of like
become familiar and grasp the spirit of the large person and have the attitude to hurt the enemy as you're attacking something like this. Like equal proportions or more of the philosophy, at least certain parts. It's like more like as you're attacking, adopt this spirit and attitude, and have this intention, and also like as you're training, don't have a favorite weapon or something like this. See, and there's a lot of that where it's like don't think like this, have this attitude, and for fighting is a general principle that it's like few can beat many if the few fight right and like have the right. Okay, so this kind of there's an vague obtuseness seemingly, but it can appear as if he's being kind of vague and like overly mystical stuff like this at face value if you read the book. But it's like, yeah, but it's an interesting book. So Musashi was a swordsman, a warrior, and he had 60 plus confirmed sword fight duels to the death. One of the most famous ones was when he fought Kojiro with an oar. Okay. And psychological warfare, he arrived late to frustrate his opponent at an island. The battle took place, where he was scheduled to fight Kojiro on an island. Okay, for shoulder. And this is like these scenes like movies of like this. It's like this real history. You read about it. It's like a part of a movie, like a samurai movie or something like this. It's like he's been charged for a duel and he's going to the island to fight this other guy for this. Now, so he had a duel with Kojiro, and he was gonna fight him on an island. And he's on a rowboat. And what he does, he fights him with a bokken, like a wooden sword, that he improvised himself. So a bokken is like a wooden sword, used for sparring or other training. And he had an oar, the oars of the boat. He cuts it to get the oar of a boat more swordy, more better for a weapon. And he fought him with a wooden stick, and the guy had a real sword. Okay, so it's like it's at the level where he's giving himself self-imposed handicap. See, it's like he's gonna fight a guy, he gives himself a handicap. See, it'd be like if you like a sprinter, like Usain Bolt, and you got to the point where you're so superior that it's like Usain Bolt is gonna race me, and it's like I race this guy with ankle weights and win. See, you understand? It's like some kind of silent confidence. It's signaling something if you think about it. He's gonna have another fight to the death with a person, a duel, and they're gonna fight to the death. The other guy's gonna have a sword, and it's like, no, I'm gonna fight him with a wooden stick. Okay, guy's gonna have a sword. I'm gonna have a wooden stick, and he didn't accept that as rules. There's like it wasn't that Kojiro demanded that for me to take a fight with you, you need to have a wooden sword, and I get to have a real one. He chose that. He accepted a sword rule to the death, and he's like decides to fight him with a training sword, a bokken, like a wooden sword. And you normally use wooden swords, sticks for sparring and things like this for safety, because it's made to be less weaponry, less dangerous. See, to be like if a person was good enough in knife fighting, it'd be like, yeah, it's like the guy's gonna have this. And I'm gonna have this in the duel, and I fight him with this. Do you understand? That's a different level, like confidence or gap or whatever. It's a combination of different factors. Okay, so it's like it's important. Confidence mingled with gap. Okay, maybe it's just getting bored this time. It's like it's getting too easy. So I'm gonna have to give myself a handicap. So anyway, support. Yeah, so Musashi fought Kojiro, and I worked from memory, so if I go pull it up, you might like, oh, I got that detail wrong. It was actually a different guy's name. It's not impossible, like I misremember something, so we work from memory here. So Musashi had 60 plus sword fight duels to the death. One of the most famous duels was against Kojiro on an island, and as he transported himself to the island in a rowboat, he gets an oar and cuts it into weapon. Okay, so maybe if it's like a normal oar where it's like wide, so he cuts off that. I could picture that. Like if you have an oar, it's like a stick, and then it's like a leaf where it goes out at the end, and that hurts the aerodynamic if you're swaying it. So I can see how what you want to do to have it more effect as a weapon is cut off like the wings of the oar to have it just like a stick, okay, rather than having this extra material on the sides. So possibly that simple, maybe make it a little more ergonomic, maybe change the weight a little bit, cutting off some material down here, whatever. But he improvised a wood sword and he won it in the right way. Another time he made a capture when he was in an engine where people were upset about his making people look bad, I guess. It's like outshining masters in schools, and that created like a vengeance attitude from people. That he shows up and challenges like the head of a sword school in Japan, where like they have like this is the school of, and they're gonna have different styles and philosophy, but he shows up challenging the head of the sword fighting school to do and beats his ass in front of everybody, and that creates like that can create like bad blood on the stand. So it's like he was not really liked by everybody, but it's like there's no substitute for success. So it's hard to deny his success. So people might have been like he's being disrespectful, possibly, or kind of acting out, but it's like they couldn't deny the success. So if people are centric on fighting ability, it's like his redeeming quality would be his extreme fighting ability, even though his acting ways are radical. Okay, so his support, and I think he grew up with his uncle too. He might have been adopted by his uncle or something, if I recall. And so anyway, as a point, Musashi was a sword fighter in Japan, had many duels to the death, sword fight duels to the death. And he ended up writing a sword fighting manual, and that's oversimplifying it, but that's what I refer. And it's not only that, but it's a sword fighting manual that can be applied. Some Japanese businesses read that for strategy. So you could call it a book of strategy. And that strategy can be large-scale conflict or small-scale conflict. It can be fish fighting, or it can apply to sword fighting or gun fighting, or all kinds of stuff. So there's things that if you read that, you could apply it to all kinds of stuff. Now, one of the things that he will be communicating is the main point is defeating the enemy. See, the main point is defeating the enemy, overcoming the enemy. The main point is winning, basically. That's one of the things that you can derive from like Musashi's philosophy and his teaching. Is like, don't get bogged down in style. See, it's like, I'm gonna win with wrestling or something like this. Do you understand? It's like if I was in the UFC, one of the things that I could learn, if I hadn't learned already, if I was like, I'm a wrestler, it's like, I'm gonna force the strategy. I'm gonna beat this guy with my wrestling or something like this. It's like the main point should be winning the fight, see? And if it's winning the fight with strikes or kicks or wrestling, do you understand? Like, not overly rigid. It's like, I'm going to be elusive the whole fight, and what I'm gonna do, my game plan is super rigid and preset fixed before the fight. So I'm gonna be elusive and dodge blows, not get hit, and I'm gonna wait for him to get tired, and I'm gonna do this. It's like overly rigidity. He was averse to that. He was against that. It's like the main point is winning the battle. The main point is winning. So the right strategy, the right technique is the one that gains you the victory. See? So it's not like, well, it's like you should be focused on like always lead with a thrusting attack. Even though there might be some things that he could teach, statistical probability, be like, well, yeah, it's like statistically most likely he would have understood things like this. If it's gonna go to like statistics, it's like
always lead with a thrust, followed by a slash, something like this. He could probably give quality statistical probability that there would be quality in terms of like, from his experience, most of the time the people that lost, they didn't lead with a thrust, and his first attack 50% of the time was a thrust, and he won. And he could be like, well, he could make a rule or coaching and be like, lead with a thrusting attack followed by a slash, something like this. Whereas he was more like, avoid rigidity and rigid thinking, and like too fixed. Don't be too fixed. So be more like fluid, see. Whereas like sometimes it's best to lead with a slash, sometimes with a thrust. Sometimes it's better to like stand your ground, wait for the enemy to attack, and attack and come in. Sometimes it's best to lead with aggression and close the distance and you start attacking. Sometimes it's better to wait for opponent to move in to attack you and then you counter him. Sometimes it will be better to, so do you understand? So his coaching is not like overly technical and rigid. It's more of like the philosophy of getting you to be a person that is able to win without relying on a formula, see, like a fixed formula. Because reality is fluid. So if you're forcing a fixed thing, it's like living in the past. Do you understand? And as I'm thinking about this, how does this apply? Well, if you think about it, the book of strategy. In World War I, there was static warfare. See? And it would be better to be fluid, like across generations. It would be like static warfare. Do you understand what it is? Like what works in combat? Now, if you're in World War I, yeah, we'll figure out the best strategy. Dig down, stay in a hole, and fire, take portions of the enemy. And sometimes go over the top and charge them. And engage them in like really bad if you make it into their trench line. Okay? Now, if you're like rigid, like, yeah, that we figure out that work in like the military and Westboard and stuff, and we write the manuals, that's the right way to fight a war. And then the enemy starts doing something different, like they screw the static warfare stuff, and just like start flank them, get around, and whatever they're doing that's different. And like now there's airplanes that become part of the battlefield, and we're just fixed there, dropping bombs on us. And like, no, we're forcing it, that this is the right way to fight, stay static in a trench. And it's like, now you're going to lose. So fluidity, life is fluid. And things that are, life is fluid. So here's another thing. And some of this is not, I'm not quoting at this point. It's like I'm extracting and talk about what I see his teaching being, and what you can kind of discern that his way of thinking and teaching and what he's going for would be. Yeah, anyway, so that's an interesting person and an interesting book. It's an interesting person and an interesting book. And he was also a proponent, now we're getting into more style and technique as it is, of two swords. He was big on using two swords at the same time, akimbo dual wielding, using the sword in conjunction with the long sword. So the Japanese samurai culture, they will have a tanto, which is a knife, and that's not really part of the main thing, but they might have a knife on them. They may or may not. Now here's the main thing. They would have a short sword and a long sword, a katana and a wakizashi. And the katana is the long sword, and the wakizashi is the short sword. And a wakizashi is not, it's about this long, only curved. And a katana is longer. Now, a wakizashi, the short sword, is more conducive to indoor fighting in small spaces, confined spaces. So the shorter the room, the shorter the sword. The smaller the space, the smaller the weapon, if it's an edge weapon. So, for example, if you be in a edged weapon fight in a phone booth, you'd be better off having a knife than a katana. It'd be easier to fight with a small sword, a knife, meaning a knife, a very small sword, fighting with a knife. You'd be better off having a knife fighting in a phone booth than a long sword. So if you take that and think about it, if you're indoors, a wakizashi can be easier to be effective with than a katana. And out in the open, like in the street, a katana is better. It can be better. Advantages, disadvantages. So you need more space to wield a longer sword. You need more space to wield a longer sword. Another thing about smaller swords and shorter swords, typically it's easier to be fast, swift with a lighter, smaller weapon than a heavier, larger one. And speed is important. And Musashi was also a proponent of solo training. So sometimes I've had haters say this, like they come in hating and be like, they see me training solo. And they'll be like, Mike, it's pointless to train solo. It's like, it's not, you have to be sparring at a gym and fighting in fights or something like this. Well, a guy who won 60 plus sword fight duels to the death taught that you can get better, you can train yourself to win fights by training alone, solo. So have you had 60 sword fights to the death? So that is not like somebody. This is not somebody who's like just thinking. It's like he's won 60 sword fight duels to the death. And he was a proponent of solo training. And he believed in the potential of getting a lot better by training alone, solo training. Oh yeah, one of the books is the book of void, water, air, and things like this. I don't remember if he sustained any injuries in his fights. I don't remember hearing anything about that he got injuries. Like they had a bad arm or something like this after getting hit in the arm with a slash, but surviving and still won the fight. I don't remember hearing anything about him getting injured. Yeah, so anyway, he was a proponent of using two swords. And like his style of swordsmanship, he'd be using and talk about using two swords at the same time, like dual wielding. Whereas the typical way was to carry two swords and use one at a time. It's like you have this short sword for this and the long sword for this, and if it's this situation, use the long sword. And for this, it is a short sword, but he will use two of them at the same time. One sword in each hand. And what are some of the advantages of using two swords? There's an advantage from fighting multiple opponents and a crowd of people. As I talked about before, the knife fighting, it's like observation beats argument a lot of time. So if I'm working to get a concept across to you and talk about how I believe that using two knives, here's what I believe is an advantage. If you deal with having two knives at the same time versus having one, and I can talk about how fighting multiple opponents, but if I just show you kind of like it's easy to get the point across by talking and showing at the same time. So if I have one sword, as talked about before, if it's like a kung fu movie, and there's a henchman over here, and there's two henchmen over here, okay? Okay, maybe that's like the ringleader. And then here's the two henchmen. So there's three henchmen here, okay? And there's one henchman over in that corner, and two henchmen over here. And it's like, I'm gonna fight these people now. And these people are starting to post a distance. And I'm leaping in to attack this guy, and I start attacking this guy. And I need to attack these guys behind me. I can only attack in one direction. See? So with one sword, I can only attack in this direction, one direction at a time. I can only attack in front of myself or behind myself, one direction at a time. So if there's a crowd of people, and let's just use 3 to begin with. There's one person here, 2 people here. And I stab this guy and I keep attacking him, and there's 2 people here. If I start close to the distance, I'll stab this guy. I have to turn around and attack this way. And I'm not attacking that way at the same time. Whereas with 2 swords, I can attack in both directions at the same time. So it's not like attack over here and I had to attack over here. So with one weapon, one sword, I can only attack one direction at a time. So if there's enemies this direction, that direction, I have to alternate between attacking here and here. And there's more efficient ways to go about that, like stab here, pull and cut back, see, where it's like you can more quickly switch between directions. So like attack here, and then in a more effective way, pull back and attack. So it's not like attack here, go to and look, and then here or something like this. It's attack here, pull, and then cut behind as I'm retracting. So it's like attacking with a thrust, and then using the retraction movement to cut behind myself, see. Now with 2 swords, I don't have to attack one way at a time and be as effective as like quickly attacking here and being able to quickly attack there and then attack over here again if needed. With 2 swords, I can attack in both directions at the same time. So if you're fighting a multitude of people, a crowd, several opponents, that's there's an advantage to having 2 swords, 2 knives if you're fighting multiple people, more than one, 2 or more, see, 2 or more directions. So with 2 knives, I can attack 2 directions simultaneously, meaning if you think fixed scenario where one person standing here and one person standing here, I can attack both of them at the same time versus one weapon. Do you understand? If there's also if you want to take a prisoner, which I believe in the book, the translation that was the swordfighting manual, which I call it, and it all over his grave. It's the book of strategy for his Adam positions. He says, talks about either using 2 swords or if it's using the short sword, that is this useful to take a prisoner. And I thought about that. What does that mean? Most likely it means taking a hostage, okay? They take a prisoner, which is a little bit strange for terminology. Taking a prisoner. So it's not they're gonna get cuffs on and go and take it to prison and be a prisoner or something like this. He must mean take hostage, okay? Which means if in a crowd of people and he gets one of them with the sword and then uses the hostage to make an escape maybe, okay? So I think when it says to take a prisoner in his book, he means taking a hostage, okay? Which means in combat, it'd be like a movie, it'd be like the head honcho getting out and he's like, hey, you back up everybody, sometimes you run off, okay? So it's a point. So with 2 swords, talk more about that, advantages to dual wielding swords, 2 swords. It's easy to show them to tell or do both at the same time. So with 2 swords, what's more range here? This is like I'm maxed out of range. A little bit closer. So if the fight starts here, and this is a guy, and this is a guy, like maybe if you think it's a kung fu movie, a lot of times I like these kung fu movies when they talk like philosophy or drills of training, and when I think about like fighting techniques and ways to train, because it goes all roads lead to roads, like kung fu movies. So it's a kung fu movie, and it's like a ball or something like this, and sitting at a table, or it could be like a western where it's like a card game that escalates into a gunfight. It's like the same, you know what I'm saying? It's like they see there, it's a desk, and so dark nightclub, it's like a cigar movie or something like this. And then like these guys go up and it's like enough is enough. Whatever. Both of them right. So we're sitting down and I'm a guy that's got knives somehow, like blades. And it's cool. I got like a trench coat for this. So we're sitting playing cards. And then these two henchmen on my side would be like, we'll kick your ass off of this. And so see, and I could cut both of them at the same time. Now I missed him there, see. But we had to get closer. So you'd be like, do you understand? So how does this work as a scene? It has to be realistic enough to suspend disbelief. So it's a kung fu movie. There's a guy with a trench coat, and he's got covert gear. He's got like a long machete on one side, another one under his trench coat. And maybe he cross draws or something like this, and it becomes the reverse grip. Okay, now there'll be less range that way. So that would make more sense than his cross drawing under his trench coat. Okay, and he goes, see, and gets both of them at the same time. Tell you what, like my day, watching kung fu movies, I thought that I could beat 10 people with the right energy. So that is the point. We go up, boom, there you go, okay. So notice how I was able to attack both directions at the same time. Versus, and it looks like I accidentally put on a filter because it looks different coloring. I don't use filters on purpose. Sometimes it happens as I'm clicking that if you move your thumb sideways on the phone, it switches to a filter. So anyway, here's the point. From here, I can attack both ways. So now this is static, just to show you how that works. Kind of proof of concept, prove it. It's like, yeah, there's a guy here, there's a guy here. I can stab both of them at the same time. Versus if I only have one, I can stab this guy and then stab this guy. See? So it's like I can only stab one guy at a time if I have one sword. Two people here, stab this guy if he's still there. Versus if there's a person, I can stab both of them quickly. And with slashes, you can have a higher hit probability, where the more circular, the error probability decreases. So the more circular your attacks, the error probability decreases, which means the more circular you are, the less likely you are to miss, the more likely you are to hit, by attacking in a circular way. There's something called circular error probable, which means if you have a MRLS, multiple rocket launch system, is it multiple launch rockets, whatever, but if you have like a Katyusha, like the old Soviet World War II was a Stalin Orion, a Stalin, what is it called? Whatever, but it's like, what is got a nickname, here's the point. And you have artillery, so the artillery, they calculate it, where it's like, if we're at 20 miles range and we launch these rockets, all of the rockets will land inside of a circle this big on the map. It's a circle error probable, where it's like, they will land within this zone, like a beating zone someplace. They will land inside of this zone. It's like, if you're launching at this, we can expect all the rockets to land within a circle this big or something like this. So here's the point. So kind of in a tongue-in-cheek way, it's like applying just the word linguistics is there's a lower probability of error if you circular in regards to accuracy and impact on the techniques. So if you're
attack in circle is easy to hit. Another thing, so here, if I want to hit with a 12 to 6, like a straight attack here, I have to be more accurate. See, this requires more accuracy, better timing. It's more. It requires better timing, accuracy, everything. To if I want to hit, I was missing on purpose there. But hitting this is harder to accomplish than hitting it like this. See, it's easy for me to hit a static moving object with an attack like this than with an attack like this. So if I want to hit you in the head and I go for a 12 to 6 attack like this, it's easier for you to dodge it and it's harder for me to hit if I attack in a straight line like this. If I go for attack your head with a slash like this, it's harder for me to hit you, to be accurate, to actually hit what I want to hit your cranium in a straight line like this. Because if it's coming, you just have to move your head a little bit and I miss the head. See? Versus if I'm attacking at a sideways, if the head moves to the side, it's still connecting at a certain point because the blade is going to move faster than your head. So attack like this, it's harder to hit than if I'm attacking like this. Because if the position changes to here, here's the motion. See, here's the movement. So I'm going more 3 to 9, 93 than 12 to 6. So if I'm moving it like this, make it even more simple. So if I'm moving here and there's a sharp side, anything in this trajectory is going to be cut. See, versus if I'm going for this, I had to be very precise. I had to hit it right on the spot. So it's harder to hit something like this. It's easy to hit it like this. See? So with this being a blade, and I'm trying to hit this here. If it moves just a little, I miss. Or if my aim is just a little off, I miss. Versus if I attack like this, if the head starts not being here and I go for it and it's moving away, I can still hit it. If it's moving here, I can still hit it. So the after movement then becomes a level change. If you're this and looking to not hit with this, becomes a level change down in this scenario. So basically, it's easy to hit with sweeping attacks like this. So I've talked about this guard before, one of the guards I've shown and drilled from with the sword fighting or knife fighting. I like this guard, and it's a good blend of offensive and defensive capability. Good balance. Where I'm threatening, and threatening is not a psychological impact or intimidation effect. It's not what I mean by threatening. Threatening means I am ready to attack, but I'm not attacking right now. Meaning it's pointed at you, and it's ready to hit you, okay? So it's not attacking yet, but it's in a position to attack you in a moment, see? So it's like threatening, see, here. So with this guard, I can go like this. I'm gonna go, I need to take a little break, I gotta take a piss. But first I'm gonna show you this. Here's the guard, it's a stance. I like this guard stance for martial arts training. Using this guard. And what can I do from here? It's a lot of things, it's like do something and then what can I do from here? So here, assume a wrong or right stance and then what can I do from there? So here, and there's different variations where I can have the thumb at the top of my cranium. I can have it hanging, I can have it further down, I can have it further back. But generally this, okay. And now I can rest it where I have the thumb on my cranium here. I can have it like this, up or down more, like this here. What can I do from here? I can quickly thrust here. I can pivot things. I can cut in all kinds of ways here. And then this is the power right. So this is the boxer's jab for swift attacks and used to set up power rights. This is the power right.
And the more space I'm covering distance, the more power I can generate. So distance covered while accelerating equals impact, meaning the more space I'm accelerating before hitting, the more like there's this much space I'm accelerating all the way over here, versus I have 5 centimeters to accelerate before impacting. There's more power, meaning space. It's like this. It's like the Bruce Lee had an impressive punch, because what made it impressive was how hard he could hit from like just this close. Okay, it was like a thing that he was known for. It's like hitting like this kind of, where like this, and then an explosive force like that. And I think he might have done it for demonstration. Had like a tough guy that reflects, and he do the person. You can see about the effect that it has. So the point of that is because people understand martial arts, understand that it's hard to hit hard from close, and you need some space to generate power. So if I want to throw a powerful knee, when I train knees and I got better at throwing knees, it's like it's not starting here and then pushing, because now I'm pushing, I'm not hitting. So if I want to hit hard with a knee, I step back and then step into it. Okay, and that's bone on steel that you heard there. So here's the point. and I felt. You heard I felt. That's the point. So you go here. So if I want to hit hard, I notice how part of it is getting some space, see? And then accelerating to the object. So if I want to hit hard, it's like I'm not wanting to start from here and launch from close. I want to launch from far away, and the further away up to a certain point, the harder the impact becomes. Not by default, because it's like if you're starting far away but you're moving slow, it's not that hard anymore. So same with baton fighting. So basically, it's a simple overarching pattern and rule of thumb is a lot of martial arts effective like force generation, hitting hard with stick attacks or knives, anything. It's having space, meaning covering distance. If you want to hit hard with a baton, if the person is this close to me and I can't generate that much force if you're that close to me. So if I have a stick, a fighting stick, and the person is this close to me, I don't want to be throwing my baton strikes from this close. I want to be throwing them from further away, and it makes them hit harder. So from this close, I can't really generate that much power from this close. From over here, I can generate more power, hit harder, more easily. And it's not just about the distance, but also the torque. So distance coupled with rotation, especially, can make your attacks impactful. When you're combining distance with the right type of rotation, torque, where it could be the object itself is rotating, turning, and also what is launching it. So too much ego. I'm gonna take a piss. Alas. Oh. I'll take a piss. And actually, it's like good when I time it. So it's like when it comes time, I need to make another cup of coffee, take a break, go off cam for a while to get something done. It's also
it's like, oh yeah, I had 38% battery, so it's like I need to plug it in and let it charge a little bit anyway. So I'll be right back. I take a piss. And when I say taking the piss, I don't mean it the British way, because I do that on camera. So if I take the piss the British way, like, okay, take the piss, or having a laugh, maybe for this. I'm not having a laugh or take a piss. So if I'm taking the piss, it's on camera, and taking the actual piss, that happens in the restroom. Okay. I'll be right back. I take a piss. And I'll come back taking the piss also a little bit later. Yeah. This is a kitchen knife that is ends up being surprisingly good or unexpectedly good as a weapon. A lot of times products will have unmarketed features, unmarketed uses. Especially a quality product made to be quality for this purpose. A lot of times there will be a quality tool for another purpose. Okay. Like for example, this is a supplement that I take. I have, altered C lipolysis liposomal here. And it's like, if I look at the marketing, I've looked at the Facebook page, and I'm not a fan of the company. I buy the product. Self-food, I just say something that I buy. And it's like they're gonna be up to no good in some way, shape or form. Any company run by humans, there's gonna be some bad stuff in there. Meaning, people work, they're gonna be doing bad things off the work, on the job. Maybe receptionist, there's gonna be looking at porn videos and smoking crack in her lunch break. Something. Don't do drugs, kids. Just say no. But it's like whatever. So, but the point is this: it's like end user experience. Like I order part from the one I'm getting. Is a Coca-Cola product. So here's the point. So lipoprotein, like some vitamin C. It's like, what is the market for what I've seen? I've seen the market as like a for beauty, energy, a lot of that. It's like it's a bulk. It's like for health basically. But I use it as a pre-workout, and it's better as a pre-workout as far as I'm concerned than things I bought before that are marketed as like a powerful pre-workout. Like it's marketed as a pre-workout supplement. This liposomal vitamin C that I buy, that is not marketed as like a pre-workout, is better as a pre-workout than supplements I bought before that are like marketed as for a pre-workout. In terms of like the effect, pre-workout effect. So we're looking for a pre-workout. It's like take a supplement that helps you have extra energy for your workout and raise your athletic performance. So it's like, what does that mean? Or maybe extra reps if you're training bodybuilding. Better stamina if you're training cardio, like longer. You can work for a longer time, harder for a longer time. So in my experience, this is a potent pre-workout as far as I'm concerned. And some cause just placebo or something like this. If they can sense that I'm speaking the truth, they say, I feel like this is a great pre-workout. I'd be like, I feel like you're speaking the truth, I can sense that. And you can falsely attribute to placebo. And if like, well, I feel like this guy is speaking the truth, that he feels like it really helps as a pre-workout. Then you might go, well, it's probably placebo or something like this. Take it with water, they said. You're supposed to take it with water, they said. Take it with water. Heaven no. No, it's getting real when I have the instructions in German. Feel this. Okay, see, walking with stiff legs and it's a little bit more. It's getting to that light pretty soon. We're gonna check what it says. Card 1 corner, present, glass of water. Or, it does say or directly into the mouth. But that's what separates the boys from the men. It's like such a small thing, but some people say they can't handle it. It's just a strange texture and taste, okay? It's not like tasting like poop or something like this. But it is a little bit weird of like the texture and taste where you can get used to. So I guess you get a lot of fan mail or like customer feedback. Could you make it taste less bad or something like this? Because it's got to the point where you can, I've seen them post on social media company, they make a supplement, be like, yeah, we know it tastes horrible. Like this, okay. We know it tastes horrible, okay. Now here's another thing. Mama told me when I was young. It's like a little bit of bitter medicine. So what I mean by that is like there's a lot of things you should have gotten at in childhood already. You should have gotten that down as like understanding things. There's like some of the worst things in this world that are bad for you taste good. And some of the best things are not really that tasting good. Range from like neutral, not tasting great, okay? It's not like a ride to eat this, consume this thing. It's not like entertainment eating, okay? Some of the things that are like the best for you are not tasting great, see? It's like, what do kids, typically like children, request for their birthdays? Like if their mom will go, hey, what do you want for your birthday? Like for the table, dinner table for your birthday. How many kids would ask for carrots and cucumbers and like a garlic dipping sauce? See, it's like carrot sticks and cucumber sticks and a garlic dipping sauce, probiotic with garlic in it, raw garlic with it, to then dip it. How many kids would request that if mom gave a pre-read for a birthday, you get to pick what you're gonna have for your dinner party? You got carrot sticks, cucumber sticks, and garlic dipping sauce. No sugar, just plain yogurt. Versus how many more kids statistically more likely to ask for like Snickers bars and ice cream? Or pizza, Snickers bar, and ice cream. And what is the why? Because of like this real, like how enjoyable it is, like how tasty and things like that. So a lot of the things that are the best for you don't taste the best. A lot of things that are the worst for you do. Which is the way that I live. I look at what I eat as a nutrient delivery system more so than an experience. See, there's a saying, eat to live versus live to eat. It's like they live to eat. It's like people go, oh, I can't fast. It's like there's such a big part of life. It's like feeling good or
feeling less bad is like eating, see. So there's other people that have the live to eat mentality, which like, and it's not all or nothing. I'm not like hating on it, but if you're gonna pick one way to be permanent, you'd be better off picking. It's like I'm focusing on eating healthy food. Okay. Versus I'm focusing on eating tasty food. You're better picking if you're gonna like pick one way to be for the rest of your life. It's like either pick to like eat what tastes good, have the intention that well I'm eating for pleasure. See? So it's like mouth pleasure, taste experience. I'm picking either between eating for pleasure or eating for health. It's like I'm eating. So I look at food as a nutrient delivery system more so than something I do for a good time. And I'm a person that fasts 23 hours, around 23 hours per day. And when I do eat, 9 or 10 times, it's meat and potatoes. What a lot of people might think is like boring. It's kind of basic. It's like, and I look at it like a nutrient delivery system. Where I look at my food, it's something I have to eat every day. Have to. It's like, I should eat once a day. And I need a certain amount. I want a certain amount of fiber, fat, and protein. So I'm looking at food as a way to get a given amount of protein, fat, certain type of amount of fat, and enrich the food with anti-inflammatory spices and detoxifying spices, herbs to the food. So it's better to look at food as a nutrient delivery system. It's like something that you do to nourish your body, to feed your body. And it's like it's like not care about the taste. It's like a solo focus on, and this I've been doing a lot of times with my own meals. Like I'm not cooking here now focusing on making it as tasty as possible. I'm cooking focusing on making it as healthy as possible, given what I have available at home at the moment, in terms of ingredients. And one thing doesn't have to exclude the other. It can be edible and sometimes really tasty, while still having been focusing mostly on just making it a healthy meal. One of the most common mistakes people make in cooking is overcooking the food. The Marco Pierre White said that. He's a Michelin star chef. And one time he was smoking cigarettes while fishing at a lake. And he had a come to Jesus moment. And he went, you know what? I'm handing over my Michelin stars. I'm hanging up the gloves. I'm like forfeiting, whatever it's called. They gave me Michelin stars. I'm giving them up. I don't know what he was smoking, but he was smoking something. Maybe North Star Park. Okay. Maybe smoking North Star Park. Okay. As far as TV chefs go, TV chef, there's Jamie Oliver, there's Anthony Bourdain, there's Marco Pierre White and Gordon Ramsay. These are some big TV chefs. If I would pick one, I'd say I'd pick Marco Pierre White. And Gordon Ramsay came up under Marco Pierre White's tutelage. I think he was actually starting out work at his restaurant. So what are some of the things that are part of the draw of Marco Pierre White? Well, there is a draw there. So you figure it out. So it's a point. Yeah, it's like martial arts is something you can do in your free time. Here's a Buddhist koan for you to ruminate upon. I got make for you now. You can sit and meditate on this. Waste your time a little bit. Spend a good 6 hours just thinking about this. If you're in prison and they give you an hour a day of your time to like exercising, they let you out of your cell for 1 hour a day to walk in a circle, like in another cage, like an open air cage. I think that's how to do it in Swedish prisons. Where it's like you're legally, even if in isolation, I think. But it's like in Swedish prison, I think I have been in prison. Sometimes I post pictures people troll, and like if I post gym selfies, there's a common troll. People are so unoriginal, and it's like the same things. People are like robots, like they're so unoriginal. They can't come up with something witty or come up with something, and it's like most of the time the attacks are lies. See, and now here's the point. A common, it's like psychology studies. Like I post gym selfies in gym selfie groups. Okay, I post workout pics, like flex pics in fitness groups sometimes. After I'm done with a workout, and I screenshot. So it's like this is how I've done it a few times. I do a live shirtless training stream in my bathroom, and like 3 hour training, and then I'm done, and then I go watch. After I'm done with the live stream, I go play the live stream. Look for a moment, pause the video, this is a good frame, screenshot it, and change the thumbnail. So find a moment of the live stream that I did, where I'm flexing or whatever, screenshot it and use it as a thumbnail for the video. So it's honest marketing, because if people see the thumbnail, that's a moment if they watch the live stream, where the thumbnail is a picture where it's a frame from the live stream, which means the thumbnail is, if you watch the whole live stream, there will be a certain moment that is these pictures. Do you understand? So that's how most of my thumbnails, or a lot of them, where say I make a live stream, and maybe if I want to do that for this, it's like if it's certain more I watch the replay after download it at some point. It's a moment where I'm doing this, maybe okay, and I go watch the replay. I find this moment, watch more live stream replay, pause it, screenshot it, and then use this moment as the thumbnail. And it's gonna be an actual moment of the live stream where that was happening. So do you understand? So anyway, and it's like I do a workout stream, I take a selfie or screenshot from the live stream, flex moments more likely, and then I throw it up in the future. Just got done exercise, stuff like this, and then I get comments. It's like I hate the comments. And if you're in really good shape, that's what attracts the hate. I see people that are mediocre in their physique in the groups, they don't get the same amount of hate. See? It's like people are mediocre, out of shape. They don't get the same amount of hate. So it's the more you shine, the more great, the more hate. Okay? Because they were great at their carnal souls while living out the days of the vanity. Before they go into the grave where there's no work. So, okay. Then they live out the days of the vanity and eating and rejoicing his labor. It works. There's neither work nor the way is the point. Vanity to vanity, say the preacher all is vanity. But when man see that he's a beast. As the one died, so died the other, yea, they were one breath. Therefore man has no preeminence above a beast, I think it says, for all this vanity or something like that. Vanity to vanity, because the priest was wise, he sought out to find acceptable words or something like this. Proverbs. I get me man singers and women singers. I planted me vineyards. Okay. I'm gonna swing from the shore. Okay. I got me men singers and women singers to sing for me. I got me baskets with spears in and sold them around. I got me men singers and women singers. I planted me vineyards. I raised me up children. I got me male birds. And I gave my heart to know foolishness and followed in mirth. And I gave myself unto drunkenness and folly. And I exercised myself in labor and also in rest. I folded my hands to sleep It's like sometimes I quote a Bible, and then it's like in the style of the King James Bible. I just start to do my own lines. It's like in the style of the King James Bible. I kind of go on for that this a little bit, and sometimes it gets me feeling set up. So it's like what is the point? So yeah, so it's important. Yeah, so yeah, okay. This is a knife, a kitchen knife. And I'm in the kitchen right now. It says Maku, kitchen knife. And this is just feeling this. I can feel that it will make for a good weapon. It's like in the tier of like kitchen knives people commonly found in a home, like a pull drawer or they have a knife stand. It's like this is top tier of a kitchen knife, chef's knife, in terms of the viability of weapon use, like how functional it will be, the potential weapon use, like the potential for using as a weapon. A lot of times, the one detail that makes it not, like a lot less, the one detail sabotages the weapon potential of a cooking knife is the thinness of the tip. That it's too thin at the last part, which makes it more bendy and breaky. So that's a main difference, and I can tell if a knife is designed to be a weapon a lot of times. Like look at the design, it's like how thick it is towards the tip, whereas a knife like this is not designed for stabbing, see. And if you want to be able to stab bony meat, okay, you want it to be strong at the tip, see. So for this use it like this. You design it to be, if you make it something that's going to be stabbing into bone and meat and bony meat, okay, you'd be focusing on making it strong at the tip for that, okay. This is the reverse grip. And some words about the object. Most of the weight is in the handle, which makes for a interesting balance. Like it's heaviest, the point of balance is right here. Right here. So most of the weight is in your hand. It's pretty well balanced. And what makes this a good weapon? It has enough length of blade to be able to get deep in the body, like a torso. So it's like what makes it have potential for a weapon, as a weapon, use it as a weapon. The width and the length. So the wound channel, like how wide the wound will be. So there's depth and there's width of a wound, and both matter. So with this length of blade, and don't try anything you see me doing this slash at home. Even holding a knife can be risky. So I'm not like a fat person, like huge, but here's the back of my body. So notice how if I got stabbed at the side of the rib cage hard enough, it could come out my belly button. It's long enough, see? Like through penetration. It's long enough to get like a stab here that's hard enough. It's long enough to make it all the way through. See? And come out the stomach. And vice versa. Which means 360-degree torso. It's long enough to reach our vital, no matter what angle you come in from. It's long enough to where if the blade enters the body, a stab enters here, it's long enough to reach the spine. It's long enough to reach the lungs plural. It's long enough to reach deep in the body, and in the body, if you pass through the body, more likely than not, like random, you go all the way through, you're gonna hit something bad to be hit. And good for the hitter if you're looking to hit something bad. So that's the point. So length of blade matters in terms of how viable a weapon. Like if you look at this knife, it's a kitchen knife, it may be a kitchen knife, and it's like you compare and contrast the different kitchen knives. It's like which one would be the best fighting knife. It's like this one, what makes this good? It has some thickness back there, about what, 3 millimeters maybe, and it tapers to a finer point. But it's long, the length of blade matters. The reason why in certain countries where they have regulations was like they let you have some types of knives, but they have rules against certain types of knives. A lot of times there'll be lengths, you can't have a knife on you longer than this. And all of those laws are designed to make the knife not really useful as a weapon to kill a person with. Because, do you understand? A lot of places where they have knife laws, like, yeah, you can have a knife, like maybe a Swiss Army knife with a fold out that has like a knife that long, but it's like that it can't be longer than X inches of like this. A lot of times those rules would be, in the inverse, be like, if you want a knife to be dangerous as a weapon, it's like the opposite of what the laws are in places where they be like, where people can have knives if you go like mushrooms or stuff like this, but it can't be longer than this. It's like if it's longer than that, it makes it very dangerous to weapon. So length of blade matters. So being able to get deep in the body matters. Omnidirectional depth of penetration capability. And I don't know if it's right to use the word omni. You can say maybe 360, which means if you go a circle around the body, the torso, and like a circle around here, and it's like you stab, it's like from no matter what angle, it's getting deep inside the body to cause a serious damage, to reach a lung, to reach this major blood vessel, to reach the liver. It's like from the side you could get to over here, all kinds of things. Also the width of blade matters, which means how wide is the hole. So if you stab a hole, it's like how wide as I pull it out is the opening. Like how wide is the wound? How many stitches would need to close it up? This is a multi-stitch. This is like a lot of stitches. This is maybe 5, 10, I don't know. But this is quite a lot of stitches. So the length of blade and the width of blade matters. It's also slightly forward angle, which is also, see, just naturally holding it is forward angle aggressively. It's forward angle. So just holding it normal like this with the thumb at the backward. It ends up just relaxed, just grabbing, holding, leaning forward, which is an advantage. So this knife is made more for slashing, for slicing, okay, for effective slicing. It's designed for slicing more than anything else. Now this is kind of like a good jack of all trades, or one knife where you could do chopping with it. See, where it has enough heft and length and stuff where you could chop with it, like chicken bones, like small chicken bones, like Michael Chandler's baby albatross, baby bird bones. His baby albatross, baby bird bones could be chopped with it, definitely. That's a joke. So it's like, well, wait a minute. He had, when he was trash talking, he was gonna fight somebody. He was trash talking the guy. The pre-fight trash talking was talking about the guy has the baby albatross, baby bird bones, something like this.
It's like I took it and it made it worse. So I see sometimes I use that to just trash talk someone. I just got told Jeff the baby ever from baby broken hoof balls. These broken hoofs. It's like there's so many calls. I thought about maybe make another video. It's short. Totally reference. Broken broken hoofs exposed. Totally reference. Baby broken hoofs or something like this. Boy Jeffries with his baby broken hoofs or something. He's got a broken hoof. It's a broken hoofs. Baby Jeffries, okay. Nobody puts baby in the corner. Oh, that's what it is. So yeah. But yeah, this is, I like it. I got this as a gift. It was part of a kitchen set, a gift. It was like a pot and a pan and handles, and I'm a panhandler. Sometimes I'm found in the supermarket, window shopping, and never buy anything, but I go to the utensil compartment and look at cups and pans, and I'm handling the pots. I'm panhandling pans. So a chef is a panhandler, so maybe I'll make a video. He's been known to handle pans, okay? He's done a lot of panhandling. So I like this. I got this as a gift. It was part of like a kitchen set. And I had like a pot, pan, something, frying pan or plus it was this. I don't remember if it was this. I got this and I like it. It's a good knife with real wood handle, full tang, and it's obviously a full tang. And when I mean by full tang, it's not where you have this piece of metal and then it narrows to like a quarter of this width to a third of the handle on the inside. But it's see, here's the it's called full tang. It's like one piece of steel. It's a monolith, but it's one piece of steel, metal, and then the handle attached to that one piece of steel. Is it called monolithic design? I don't know, but here's the point. There's one piece of steel with handles attached to it, which is a stronger design than a lot of designs are not one piece of steel. Yeah. So here's another thing you can do with a knife. The training. Don't do anything you seem to do before. Anything that I'm doing with an actual knife. If you want to do it yourself, you try it with training knife. It's another thing you can do. Hold it like this and block things. Also, you can use Muay Thai techniques. A lot of my martial arts training, when I train knife martial arts, which I like to train them, it's not boring, but it's using boxing and Muay Thai things like this. Basics. I learned how to throw elbows. Maybe not exactly every time like they teach you in Muay Thai to do it, but I've learned to throw hard elbows. Okay, for sure. And punches, things like this. And a lot of the knife fighting martial arts that I do is very similar to boxing and using the fundamentals of boxing. For example, I talked about this before. Let's use the training knife for this. Now, if I can throw a 1-2, which you go watch my training videos and you can see this on 1-2 still. But if I can throw a boxing 1-2, it's 1, 2, then I can throw a punch, straight punch landing here. It's like if I hold the knife in reverse grip and I do the same thing, only I'm punching to the side. It's like I'm throwing a punch and missing on purpose. I punch the blade into the person rather than the knuckles. Do you understand? So if I can hit with my knuckles like this, I'm already familiar with that. How to do that punch to the chin with like a straight punch here. Now if I hold the knife and adapt in the boxing base to knife fighting, if I punch straight but to the side, so I'm missing with the punch on purpose, I'm impacting with the blade. I call that punch cutting, where I'm throwing a punch and it can land here, especially bad. So it's the same thing. Like you know how to throw a boxing punch applied to knife fighting. It's like 95% or so the same bottom mechanics. It's like reinvented the wheel. It's like take a wheel that works and add some spikes to it and you can use it in boxing. Like what is it more? So yeah, so basically you can take boxing and apply it to knife fighting and it'd be an effective fighting style. And you don't have to stick to that, but you can use that. So for example, punch cutting, where I'm throwing a punch and I'm punching the blade there. What's another thing? Hooking attacks, not the regular whip. Rather than punching like this to the body, it's 95% or so the same body mechanics once again, where I'm throwing hook stabs to the body. See? And it's like here, footwork, everything is the same. Like if I'm throwing hooks to the body, as throwing knife hooks to the body. And the main difference is how my hand is. So rather than like this, it's this. My hands being like this. But other than that, it's the same body mechanics. Do you understand? It's like if the movement patterns from hooks to the body, I might go here and then punch like this to the body. Or more static, just punch like this. Okay, and I'm turning. Bang, bang, see? Now look at my hand there. Now if I have a knife, the only difference is my hands. It's 95% the same body mechanics. And the only difference in the technique is wrist down. See? Where rather than this, punching like this to the body, it's punching like this. And everything else is the same. The footwork, the upper lower body rotation, and then the alternating attacks left to right. What's another thing that applied to knife fighting? Well, elbow strikes from Muay Thai, where I already know how to be this close and impact with force, with like hard here. And once again, 95% same body mechanics apply to vicious, powerful knife fighting attacks, especially the elbow strike knife fighting techniques with longer blades. Where if I'm throwing elbow strike, like this for example, now if I'm just holding a knife and I do the same thing, and there's gonna be some details, but keep it basic. So if I have the skill already, I have the ability to move my body with my arm kind of like this and hit hard that way, so I'm generating force. Now if you have a knife there, you can hit hard with the knife and the elbow. So elbow strikes can also be, not like boxing, can be used for knife fighting. You can use boxing stuff for knife fighting techniques and like adapt them. Muay Thai techniques, elbow strikes. You can use that for knife fighting. It's like an upward elbow, like this. This an elbow you can do that's like this, okay, or like this. Now if I'm holding a knife, it's like the same thing, only the distance changes. See, where if you're here ahead and I want to elbow strike it, I want to catch it down here. But if I have a knife, it's just throwing an elbow but closer and I'm impactful with the knife. Like throwing elbows and like all the elbows. And you can have it be more fixed with like you're having it here and like actual throwing and like as if you're trying to connect with the elbow, you might like accidentally connect with the knife blade. Hard. But yeah, elbow strikes, everything. Everything. Here. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so, yeah, so whatever. Yeah, okay. So yeah, don't try to teach him to do at home. Hide your kids, hide your wife. Don't forget to lock your autistic children in the cage before we go to bed tonight. They set the house on fire. Okay. So it's like, where is the phone? My birds have autism, by the way. I have 2 birds that got autism. the birtisms got autism like you won't believe. It's like half retarded. They're like the truly idiots. I got them Lexapro and lithium high dose, like 6 months, they turned autistic on me now, understand? So that makes it more relatable to me. It's like now, you're one of me now, understand? You're like me now, you're an autistic creature. It's like got them high dose lithium, Lexapro, intravenous lead, okay? Okay, like IV push, 20 milligrams of lead, okay? Suppositories of depleted uranium pellets I got from like the yard sale in the local power plant and stuff like this. And then whatever it's like, I turned into autistic. It's like they turned into. I had people reach out to me and ask if I'm willing to part ways with them because they look like a mascot for like the Autism United Foundation or something like this. So you know that like the birds they got really autistic when they would people want to have to be like the front figure of human autism. So they're like half retarded and the other half is autistic. So I'm not saying that being autistic means you're retarded, but I'm saying they're half retarded and half autistic. So they're like half retarded, and then the other half is autistic. So possibly the autisticness compensates for the retarded half, and it evens out and it becomes like normal. So where's the point? Yeah. Had too much fun here. I hope you're having the time of your life. Dirty Dance. I don't know if you heard about Dirty Dancing or not. They were doing it in the movies. So it's fun. Yeah. Oh, I was check the comments that we was in there. We can talk later in my head. So I missed that before. I didn't see what she wrote there. I would have liked to catch that live. I like it when she gives you compliments. And they're heartfelt. We is an authentic creature. A woman is a creature. We is a creature. All right, she's a creature through and through, of the female kind. She's got like a contact high of autism. She's got like autism by proxy. She spent so much time with me that she's rubbed off on her. She's turning autistic. she's turning more autistic by the day. Understand? She's getting more and more needy, especially in the night season. So, honey, I'm a human being and a woman, and I want to say goodnight to you. Something. I go, you got special needs, woman. You're turning autistic. Stuff like this. Especially she needs her man. So what I support, she's not autistic. I don't think she's got autism, but I got it. So I got enough autism for the both of us. So if the government has like a new rule, there has to be like a code of autism in each household, like diverse or something. There has to be one black and one midget and one transgender woman in every Hollywood movie or something like this, like some kind of quota, affirmative action, stuff like this. It's like we need to have every third firefighter be a woman or something like this. We had to have 25 points of autism in every family. It's like I'll be holding it down for the whole family, even if you have like 20 kids, me with you. Okay, I got enough autism to last a lifetime. So I have what they call autism 1 now. When I got diagnosed, they were phasing out Asperger's. They either had recently done it or in the process of like phasing it out. So we don't call it Asperger's anymore. It's like autism. It goes by autism in different degrees of it. So I'm gonna have to verify all. Visual olfactory sense.
Yeah, it's off. I just had it like a sensor go verify the ozone generator was turned off. Olfactory means a sense of smell, by the way. This is it.
Yeah, we live in a dirty, crazy, sick world. I've been ahead of my time. Like, conspiracy theories prove it right. I've been for years talking about the elites being satanic, sick freaks and pedophiles and presidents, or I've been saying Trump since day one on YouTube, before it became cool. He's a deep state puppet show. And people go, this guy's nuts, okay? And now that's becoming popular, see? And that's the story of my life. Whereas at least I get to live long enough to see myself, like my opinion that starts like being fringe, like being, what's it called, vindicated. Whereas like, I from day one getting on YouTube, Trump is deep state puppet show, okay, 6+ years ago. Singing the same tune ever since. And now if I look at Rogan's podcast or Hassan Hobby or Penguin CES, Gold, the comment sections, it's like people like, this guy's a deep state puppet, he's a shit, he's part of Neuro, he's part of the deep state, he's part of Cabal, the globalist. Yeah, like I've been saying since I got on YouTube. So like you could have saved yourself a lot of time by listening to me all these years. You could have learned about vitamin C megadosing 6 years ago on Max's YouTube channel, rather than 1 year ago by finding Susan Humphries on Rogan's podcast. And what I'm saying there is it's like a springboard or like a starting point. Do you understand? So on the episode that Susan Humphries was a guest on Rogan's podcast, she wasn't there lecturing on vitamin C megadosing as a topic of discussion. She was there kind of generally talk about health fitness generally. Now if you think about it as a numbers game, 10,000 Rogan's viewers, say 100,000. 100,000 of the people that watched the episode with Susan Humphries ended up Googling Susan Humphries, MD or PhD, whatever it is. Okay, 100,000 people watched the episode. 1,000 on Google or YouTube search Susan Humphries the same 24-hour period. And 1% of the people who did end up coming across the video where she's talking about vitamin C. There's still serious numbers to heard about vitamin C megadosing as a topic of discussion covered by Susan Humphries. Now you could have cut a lot of corners by finding my YouTube channel 6+ years ago, heard about vitamin C megadosing as a topic, and Susan Humphries while teaching on it, while talking about it. I also can tell this, so I had a supernatural awakening after becoming a Christian, like me in the Matrix. It's like the movie analogy works to explain what happened to me after I got saved. It's like the Matrix movie. I wake up, I get saved, I wake up. And I can tell you this is something I haven't talked about, at least not for a long time. There's certain stories that I tell several times, and things it is. And it's going to be a first time here every time. I know here's the point. After waking up, after getting saved, so it's after I became a Christian that I woke up to conspiracies and how satanic and wicked evil this world is. In the first few years of being a Christian, I also had this like earth-shattering realization of just how, like a train wreck, truth bullet hitting me, where it's like, wake up to the fact that the elites are doing bad things to kids and torturing them and things like this. So basically, I had a moment where I realized like the Hostel movies, it's like that's happening in real life in this world by the powers that be. Do you understand? That level of evil. And it's like more of an internal experience than caused by external stimuli. Meaning more like having been exposed to certain stimuli and then later on have like a mind blow where it's like it's just things opening up in my mind and understanding how things are. Now there's been a recent twist in the Epstein saga where it starts out, it's like official narrative is he unalived himself. Conspiracy theorists are saying he got unalived and they made it look like he did it himself, which is something that the deep state are known to take people out that way. One of their favorite assassination methods is to unalive somebody and make it look like they did it themselves. That's one of their favorite, like on the repertoire of takeouts, like how they take you out, like chop suey, how they take you out. One of their favorite takeout delivery methods is like their deliveries. It's like you're alive, decontaminate. It's contaminate, remove the contaminate. Okay, so one of their favorite on the repertoire delivery methods, okay, is the old take me out, make it look like I did it. Move, okay. Too shy, whatever. Like the oldest trick in a book or something like this. So it's a point. Yeah, so the deep state, one of the, I can help people understand the deep state Illuminati better than other people I see out here. So here's the point. One of the favorite ways to take people out is to unalive them. Anthony Bourdain might have been unalive. Anthony Bourdain, as soon as the story broke, I started thinking he might have been taken out. Another person in the public eye, not to the same level, is Brody Stevens. I wouldn't be Stephen Brody Stevens, a Jewish comic. I wouldn't be surprised if he got unalive. And I'm not really concerned about the misperception that I'm being insensitive like too soon or something like this. Because if you think about it, like, what would asshole movie? If I made a video like, haha, Brody Stevens' grandmother is watching this, he killed himself like a bitch, stuff like that. Okay, that's not what I'm doing. So, if I hear news that this comic died, and I believe that I start thinking he might have been taken out. They might have taken it out and made it look like a suicide, is what I think. And it's like, oh, Mike, I want to say that you're an a-hole for talking about that and saying this guy didn't unalive himself. Now, if you think about it, there's shame in unaliving yourself. So it's like, oh, this loved one, they unalived himself, and somebody's like, I don't think that they chose to do that. I think somebody did it to them, okay? So it's like, it's less of a negative if I'm right. Meaning it says less bad things about the person that it happened to, if I'm right. See? Because if somebody does something bad to you against your will, it's like you're not responsible for choosing that outcome. Versus if you choose like a foolish, bad, shameful outcome, that's you chose that, see? So if anything, it's like, yeah, it's not like I'm being mean to his loved ones if I speculate that he didn't unalive himself but got unalived. So what's the point? It's like the list of people that are suspected by me to have been unalived, meaning people that are like celeb status, more or less, that have been reported in recent history to have taken themselves out, that I believe might have been taken out. Kurt Cobain, Brody Stevens, Stephen Brody Stevens, Jewish comic, Chuck Langenberg, and it's even not even confirmed that there's no death report that says that they say that he unalived himself. But if that's the official cause, then I would be doubting it. Yes, anyway, let's talk a little about the Epstein thing. So, first of all, it's like it breaks Epstein dead in prison is a new story. And then conspiracies start saying he didn't unalive himself, he got taken out. And now the new spin plot twist is the conspiracy theories. A lot of conspiracies are saying he's still alive. See? Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised. And I would say this, given the choice between the three options, the last two would be the most probable. Meaning either, if I would go, what happened to Epstein? Either he got unalived or he's still alive. That would be my take. Most likely that is the truth. Either he got unalived or he's still alive.
Here's another thing I've been saying for years. Alex Jones is a shill, a fake truth counterintelligence agent. Control opposition. And the question is, if he started out being a plant, it's like, let's make this be the major conspiracy guy from the get-go, like grooming, like take this guy, let's make him be a conspiracy theorist, the biggest one on the world stage. From the beginning, do you understand? Or was he legit initially and then turned? Got compromised somewhere along the way. I know that he's a deep state puppet shill. And that's the thing, as soon as Trump came on the scene, since I'm not ignorant, most Christians unfortunately lack discernment or like little children. And they lack discernment, unfortunately. And it's by choice, which is why I'm speaking harshly against it, because it's not like Christians, after they get saved, God hits them with like a brain stab, everybody, and you lose 50 IQ points, and that's a pattern. Okay? As a matter of fact, what the Bible teaches is, as when you get saved, you have, God enables you to have discernment, and God gives you everything that you need to be able to figure things out. And it's like in a transcendental way, where it's like you can have understanding and wisdom that surpasses your IQ level. Understand? But like a person with mediocre intelligence can have very profound insights, understanding, and wisdom by being a Christian and being enabled by God to have it. So, one thing I like about this chair is, after I'm done beating up Jesse Ventura, I had a talk with Google. I can hit him over the head with it. I saw Jesse Ventura have a talk with Google. He's also a counterintelligence agent shill. Yeah, buddy. He's a counterintelligence agent shill if I ever knew one. Jesse, the body Ventura. You get it, the real me. You've been honest, the Jesse used to have a body that wasn't broken into or something. This is how I be approaching the cage too. This is my intro. It's walking down like this. This music playing. And it's like this. And my finishing move is like like this. See? It snaps up like that. So I was pondering on how I would take the stage. As I saw it, my blood stopped going because this guy is so fake as a $6 bill or something like this. Jesse the body Ventura. There's a lot of body in that bathwater, baby. So it's the point. Okay, so he's up on stage and he's talks to Google. It's like a TED talk on the Google or something like this. It's like the bootleg TED talks over at Google. We're not busy digging up dinosaur bones or something like this to prove global warming or whatever. That's like his support. So it's like he's up to talk about the reason. It's like the people are so deceived and now woken up to conspiracies because the powers to be control the media and ideas. It's deeper than that, Jesse. You need to work harder. So anyway, so part of like the serious criticism of Jesse Ventura's public talk on Google, it's like a conspiracy talk, aka limited hangout, aka partial revelation, aka like a watered down white paper level, whatever. So it's like he's out there, like yeah, the conspiracy, I'm a conspiracy guy, and why they have so much control of people, everybody's so deceived, is because they control the media and ideas. It's deeper than that. It's, yes, they control information. That's part of how they control the masses, how they got everybody so controlled and being able to get away with so much and deceiving the people because they control information. They control the mainstream media, they control seemingly non-establishment voices. See? It's like they used to focus more control the media, but now you have podcasters and influencers and people getting Instagram. It goes, it becomes more, it's become more important for them to control seemingly non-system, non-establishment, and false anti-establishment voices. So that's part of it. So it's not just controlling it. It's like specifically they're controlling the major media mainstream and the fake mainstream
fake knowledge and fake anti-establishment. And then also it's biologically working to lower people's IQs and keep people in a sugar, vitamin C, scurvy brain haze. High sugar, low vitamin C. And that's what it boils down to. Getting the masses to be like human beings that work to get people to be vitamin C deficient and high on sugar. So low sugar, high sugar, low vitamin C. And if you understand the problem, you can understand the solutions. So here's the point. Speak of which. It's time for another sip of vitamin C water. New quest, find a cure for vampirism.
Yeah, so basically, it's this Ventura.
Next time he's doing his talk at Google, I'll buy a ticket. I'll be in the audience in the front row. And then right when he gets to the combination of the speech, he's gonna finish his point. I go after I fly up there to get on my feet. And I point him menacingly like this. And I take the stage, and they have the ropes there. And I get on the ropes like this. And I'm right up there. And I go like this. Like this. Okay. And he goes, whoa, like this. And he flies back. He lands on his back. Okay. And he's like flopped like a fish like this. With his arms like this. He got so taken back by that little. And he's flopped his arms like a little baby seal or something. Okay. At which point I do like a squat. I go down like this, and like a forklift. I scooped him up like this, and like the way that I hit him, he fell like a timber like this to the side and flopped like a fish. So to play back to you guys, exactly how I do it. I come up, I get on the rope like this, I get right up on him like this. I go like this. Okay, only this side. Okay. Like this. And it goes fly like this. Yeah, that's on his ass. At which point it's like, it goes like, it falls back like this, falls on his ass. And it just flops like a fish like this. With his arms like a little baby seal. And he knows all about that. And he's just flopping like that with his arms and legs. Like this. And he's kind of looping that. He's caught in that. He gets the time to do my finishing move. Okay. He's like, I can set up good, get it rocked. He's flopping around that. At which point he's like, oh, he's still reeling from it. And I go down like this, I scoop him up, and it's like a forklift. I get my two arms on his body, and I do like a T lift. It's called the T lift. And I go like this, see? And I have him like this. So it'd be like a T, understand? It's a T lift. So I start lifting like this, and then I go like this. And now I have like this. See? So his distance is a T, understand? It's a T. And I do a full rotation like this. And then once I come back here after full lap, down he goes. And then again now he's knocks down him, and he's flapping like a fish. What's the next? What do I do down? I get the microphone because he had a microphone on a stand. I get the microphone on the stand and start beating him with it like this. And start hitting him with it like this. Just beating him. Okay. And that interrupts. He once I fought like a fish, but I just the impact is and again gets hit. And I go around and go like a golf swing like this. I go poof, and you can see like his head will go back. Now, unfortunately, his head is like my legs are covering for where the camera's recording, but you can see like the growth thing, the major thing. And you see me swing like this, and you don't see the impact, but you can see it's like his head flying back at the moment of impact, like this, and he flies back, knocks it back like this. Somehow he's still cautious at this point. Okay, and at this point it's like he's headed up, and it's like I'm getting tired now because I've been putting such a beat on. And it's like I'm celebrating. Yes, I'm celebrating at this point. I turn to celebrate because he's obviously he's been dealt with. And I do like the victory reflex. And the people are cheering. Okay. Pause before I did the T, people calling for it too. And that's why I did it. And okay. T, I did it. That's the point. Now, at this point, as I was celebrating, because for all practices, it's like, oh, this guy, he's wrecked him. There's no chance of coming back. It looks impossible. And he's like, I'm celebrating. Yeah. Now he somehow comes to where I'm not looking. And he comes up and he does like a bear hug me like this. And he goes and he downs me over his shoulder like this. And I go back and now I'm more down there. And maybe I flap a little bit. And I'm looking shocked like this. Where's the that's what I got me? I looked like surprised at him. And he looks around with a look of contentment. And it's just this. Now his fans are cheering for him. Okay. And he's like, now, why I didn't see come is this. While I'm on the ground, I sweep him with my leg like this. And he falls down to the ground. So now at this point, it's like all I do is I'm down here. I recover this moment and I use my leg so I sweep him. And he falls right next to me. Like at two logs like this. There's a log, I'm here on the ground and he's next on the ground. At which point I start like sideways hitting him like this. Just repeatedly like this. He's here. Like this. Okay? And you can see every time I hit him in the head, his legs fly up into the air like this. He shows that I'm really hitting him. It goes like this. Okay? Yeah. And now, what happens at this point, I'll talk to the Undertaker. We're gonna tag team him. And this is the surprise move. you don't let Ventura know about it. You wreck my whole game plan. But I talked to the Undertaker. And at this point, his theme music comes on. And there's like smoke coming in. And there's like a casket being rolled in. Like this. And this Ventura, and this like announcer voice goes, could it be the Undertaker? But he's been retired for 7 years, something like this. No, it can't be. But it's his, let's see if it is. And then it's like, the casket comes in and rolls in. It takes about 37 seconds for it to make its way to this side of the stage. And then synchronized to one of the doors. The casket comes open. And he rises from the dead again, the Undertaker. It's the Undertaker. We're gonna tag team just to now. Then I go and I point to him and I know it's understand. He knows too. Then I point like this because this is my happy. This is my body's gonna come happy to kick his ass again even more. And the Undertaker comes out, and he's still like in his warm up sequence of it's like he's still like a slow sob, you understand, at the beginning as he makes his entrance. But then he kind of warms up like a lizard in the saddle shop, and he starts gaining his athleticism. But you understand, he starts having blood flowing, and he comes to life again. So he's been in like in deep thoughts of this. It takes a little while for him to get into his mood. So the Undertaker, he dives under the bottom rope onto the stage, okay? Grabs Jesse Ventura with both his hands. So one arm, like ankle, he gets both his hands. So Jesse Ventura is still looking surprised at this. And the Undertaker dives under the bottom rope, he gets both his legs. and pulls on it. Jesse Ventura falls back like a log again. And after he falls back, the Undertaker is still holding on to his legs. And I seize the moment to run up, and I start hammer fisting him like this, or like this, like this, like this. Maybe 3 times, like double, like just hammer fist like this, or okay. And then I go like this, and there's the midget in the audience, like Wee Man from Jackass, stuff like this. And I hired him to help me out. And it's like I go, point, you can see his Wee Man there, and he's holding border, and I go like this. And then I signal to him, and he gets like a folding chair to me. He runs up to the stage and hands me a folding chair. And it took all his energy at this point. And I go, hey, thanks to buddy, okay. And then I go down like this, and Wee Man jumps up on my shoulders, okay. Like carry his child or something like this. I go, come up here. He jumps up on my shoulders. I got Wee Man from Jackass there. And I go like this, boom, and at the time too when I hit him with the chair, Wee Man does a forward somersault, like a full rotation, and lands on his feet. He lands on Jesse Ventura's stomach with his feet. And you can see him recoil at one impact, go like this. And now it's a free fall. It's me, the Undertaker, Wee Man from Jackass, beating up Jesse Ventura, the body Ventura. He had to change his name to used to have a body Ventura and stuff like this because he'd be mean to me, understand? Once I'm done with him, he won't be able to rest anymore. He had to take a job like the freak show Peter Barnum circus. So I said, the man with no bones or something like this. The man is like I said, it's like this the hopeless slouch. Like every bone in his body is broken. So it's like he'd be like a blob of just a sack of skin or something like this. The people pay tickets to come there. Gasp at him, understand? So that's the only type of job you get after that. So yeah. So remember you heard it first, the right side of the T, like this. And then there's a full lap, followed by throwing him down like this. And then pause before him down. Okay. Like this. Yeah. So, yeah. It's like it's still rhythmic down. Do. Yeah. So this is the charge up. This is how you charge it up. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so he knows. He knows this Ventura. If he's gonna do another talk at Google about conspiracies, I really don't do it. He send me a ticket, the first stage, front row ticket in the audience. And we'll have a grudge match there. But for the grudge, there has to be a first event. It's like then it's a grudge match. The first match will be a grudge match. Okay. It will be a grudge match. Advocate was that. Cut the quarters. We don't have to first have a match where he loses, it becomes a grudge or something. Yeah, so anyway, we could talk later, man. So my wife was in the chat here. We can talk later. What will you do? I missed some of these questions when live. I don't like when it happens. A lot of times if I had a chat open, I purposely ignore the calls, I'll check them. But I like when we come in the West. She's my favorite viewer, I would say, and favorite commenter. I enjoy taking comments from we. Some of these I missed them when she wrote them. We can talk what we would do. I don't know when this was. I don't have it set the timestamps. It'd be useful if I would have it set the timestamps. Like, 37 minutes ago she asked me. Like, what was it at that time?
There's the point. I'm fixing to make another cup of coffee pretty soon. Yeah, so I'm into I once I started practicing, exercising martial arts, I never really stopped. It's something I end up doing. Could have been a contender. I'm 36 years old. I tell you what, I have you nobody. I have you no. Me, who I am today, walk around 36 years old. I believe that if I was at a tornado, I could get into pro boxing right now and have a running chance. You ought about a puncher's chance before being a runner's chance. Okay, that was the point. I'm serious. I'm being serious. I do believe that if I was at a tornado and all the limitations imposed, I do believe that I could end up pulling something off, like, you know, I'll start competing in boxing, starting amateur fights, and then work to professional fights. I do believe I could have a chance to pull it off. Me starting at 36. Yeah, but whatever. I'm doing martial arts. If you're really into something, if I analyze my own behaviors, if you're really into something, you don't have to be paid to do it. See, so I've stayed consistent training martial arts, all kinds of martial arts over the years. Despite not really making any money, getting like low-level injuries and possibly more than low-level injuries. So if I look at it like this, I don't think it'd be a great exaggeration to say it's like the intensity of training is not far from pro athletes training camps. See, that get paid multi-million dollars. Do you understand? It's like what I'm putting myself through in the between having the dehydration, the exhaustion, the training hard, the diet, the nutrition, the supplementation, the discipline with diet, how hard I've been training. It's like how much pain there's been at times in between the training and during it. It's not far from what pro athletes put themselves through in training camp for the major fights, or to get paid major money. Now, I do believe that if I would end up fighting Tony Ferguson, I give him a run for his money, understand? I give him a run for his money. I have no. I have you know, understand? Just the eagle is behind you, yeah. If you're watching this, if somebody sends it to Tony Ferguson, tell him this is an eagle. Over. Look at understand. Look at the eagle. Okay, this is just a giant eagle behind you. Come here for an attack round. He's coming headed right for your head with his claws. You gotta look. That's the only way to stop him. What is? That's an ear poke as opposed to an eye poke. It might be illegal. I wonder if they allow ear poke. Understand? When you check your gun in the UFC, you're allowed to like to put your finger in the guy's ear and like stuff like this. I don't know. By the way, support. Yeah, that would be interesting. Like the Mike's Have Dream Team matchup. If okay, hypothetical. Okay, it's like who would win Biden versus. We're at this level now. We're not getting serious, right? Okay, I have to get serious and talk about it from a serious level. Okay. Um, it's like if Biden fought Trump in boxing. Okay, level. So if I fought Tony Ferguson, do I think that I could win? Yes. Unhesitantly, yes. And the reason that I say that is not because I think that Tony Ferguson is easy to beat, but because I believe that I easily could beat. Period. I believe I could take him. That's the thing too. The reason you don't see me fight the UFC is because the type of techniques that I train are too dangerous to be allowed in sport fighting. They'd be at least they'd die on us. It'd be like a Steven Seagal movie or something like this. Or it'd be a guy coming in and I did technique that nobody ever heard about. They'd be like Conor McGregor is making a comeback. He's gonna fight me at the White House lawn, and in round 2 he's gonna shoot on me. And he goes in for a takedown and just go whack like this, like right straight down from here, from eyebrow guard, just like this, like saluting the president, and then straight from that, like right as I'm waiting for him to shoot on me, because I know he will. And then I look for Trump, and I go like this, and just whack him like in the neck like this, and it come off like a chicken or something like this, like he's with a cleaver chopping chickens at a night market in Wuhan or something like that. Just chop the head right off on his head, boom. A karate chop is so hard that he will like cut his neck like he would have a cleaver to chop it like a baby chicken or something like this. You know how he did that. I'm not encouraging people to do that, but that's part of cooking. Where if you look at like travel shows in some places in the world, they have like a live chicken, and you're ordering a chicken, and bring it, then go like throw it in oil and boil it, something like this. I'm not saying you should do it, but if it happens, it happens. It happens. Okay. So basically, this is the type of stuff that that's why you don't see before the UFC, because the type of techniques I train are too illegal. It's like they're too effective to be allowed. Understand? Because they like the karate chop, the 12-6 karate chop that was started to talk a little bit about, and I'm not allowed to teach it to people. Without a license, you have to get a license to learn the full technique. But it's like the guy shoots on me, see, and I go 12-6. Okay, so you already know the 12-6 elbows are illegal in the UFC. Now imagine how dangerous a 12-6 karate shot could be, like this. As Chael the filthy bastard, or Conor McGregor is shooting on me. Which what I mean by the shooting behind my legs is like I grab my legs and try to get more ground and rest and shut down my wrath of God strikes to the cranium. Instead of what we're looking to do, they'd be desperately trying to stop the onslaught. They'd be looking to stop, like desperately make the fire and brimstone anvil drop level impact to the cranium to stop happening from them. Understand? And it's like where they're gonna do, and it'd be like the heat-seeking missiles that Fedor hit Chael with. And there was a fight. I was looking at this. I was doing some research on Chael and look at his fights. There was a fight. I don't remember which one. Where it looked like Tito. Was it Tito that tapped? There was an opponent, one of his matches, where it looked like the guy tapped, but the judge didn't recognize him. I think it could have been that. That's the point. If he taps, I'm not going to recognize him. So it's not tapping. I mean, like, who's more Polaris? It's like they had to drag me off. They had to get the cops there and taste me to get me off, to let the hold go. Whatever the hold is, understand? I got bored by a wrap around the neck or something like this. But what did they say? It's like, it's like I'd be like, who's more Polaris? It's like I get the whole like I gotta keep it. It's like the ref cops stop the fight. They had to get the cops in there and tase me. Understand? It'd be like the Mike Tyson ball, where it's like they had to get cops in there. They had to pull me off. You understand? They had to tase me to get let go. Like once I get that get your neck or you know, the baby albatross, baby bird holes in like I got some moves there. I got the warning one, but it's like they said move where I get the toe. Understand? The big toe, and it'd be like a reverse arm bar. I've been thinking about these moves. Understand? I've been thinking about the grappling. Understand? So it's like I've been thinking about this as a move. If you think there's like the guy. It's like a dude like the baby defense. He can't stand in bag like a real man, understand? So he falls down and then he's on his bicycle with his legs. And it's like these people that like to be person introduced, and they like to throw themselves on the back like a dog submitting to you because they can't stand the pressure of standing and bagging with you. It's like they just throw themselves on the back within dog bottom leg, which is submission, okay? So anyway, here's the point. Okay, and interesting enough, it's like they're set up to submitting you. But anyway, it's the point. So like they go on. So if the other person, let's say it's shell solid maybe, and that's a piece of work there. As I started to like I had like a boom. I'm seeing shell on his board, and I did position. I started to explain it. I feel like this is a handful, but we're gonna do it. So it's the point. He's got his leg. He's got his legs here. I get his leg. Okay. Pull on it while leaning back. I still maintain a hold of his leg. Here's his little baby foot. Here's his foot. Then I go like this on his foot. And you can think his leg is going here, say. So it is almost like an arm bar. So I get his foot like this. Extend. Okay. And go like this. See? Why would that not work? Explain to me how that would not hurt him. Understand? If this is what I'm talking about. The guy is here on his ground. He's got his leg here. So his leg either is put here or I end up having it here. I got his foot here. Maybe he just threw a kick. Here's his foot. One hand here. If I get the other hand here, it's even better. Possibly you want to put something at the bar to keep him from going down to break it. But we'll start with this. This is foot. Like this. Pull. And then rotate either way. If that's got to be doing something. Understand? It's got to be doing something. Understand? Okay. Understand? I can feel it. It's got to be doing something. If I could just get the foot there. But for a moment, I get that hold there, and then like an alligator roll, and then here we go 3, 2, 1, like this, and I'm rotating with my whole body, and also with the hands like this, and yeah, whatever. So here's the thing. It's like these guys are still kind of like babies. The ones that want to throw themselves on the back and things like this. When I was in preschool, like kindergarten, maybe we were 4 years old, and like the nurses or whatever they call, like the ladies that had to take care of the little kids and be like, hey, today we're gonna do misuse or yeah, like that level. And we had like exercise hour or day or something like this, and be like laying on your back and being on an imaginary inverted bicycle. I remember that still. It's for yesterday. Like maybe I was 4 years old or something. And they like this, and doing like you're on your back doing a bicycle for like gym class as a 4-year-old. Okay, see, so it's like they still left back. It's like these guys are like special needs somehow. That's not how you ride a bicycle. First of all, you're not supposed to be shadow boxing, grappling in the middle of a fight. So whatever. Who's more Polaris? He got disqualified. He got banned from the UFC. He was a leg locker, and he would use a lot of leg locks, and he wouldn't let go. So he would get a guy's leg and start turning the way so that God never intended the leg to be turned. The guys would be screaming in pain and like tapping out, ferociously tapping out. And the judge, the referee would like run in and like wave it off, and he kept it. He would have let go. But it was kind of strange. Yeah, so Mike's our dream team. Instead of thinking about who I want to fight, or like it's like you should just go, what if I fought this person? Tony Ferguson. I believe definitely I could hold my own, or more than hold my own, in the ring against Tony Ferguson. And that's not saying that I think Tony Ferguson is to beat. It's that I believe in my ability to beat pretty much anybody. And to be modest, it's like in my weight class. I would have to go back and look at his most recent MMA fights to get like a feel for his style as part of preparing. It's been too long since I watched like a full, like recent fight. Last time I saw him fight, it was boxing. So I would have to look at him moving in MMA and get a feel for his movement patterns and just get a feel of his spirit and how to counter, like how to train and things like this. Not that I would have like that unless I train I couldn't win, but it's like I would prefer to train. I thought about this too before, like hypotheticals. It's like, what would happen if I get in a Muay Thai ring with Senshai, for example? What it'd be a tall order. It wouldn't be the easiest guy to be. and I go to be realistic. See, do you understand? So if I think about it, like hypotheticals, and I go, what if I'm like I'm in a ring, a Muay Thai ring with Senshai? Do I think I can win? Like it's like snap. I got teleported. It's like I wake up right now. It's like I'm in a Muay Thai fight in Senshai sometime. It's like I came to. It's like, whoa, okay, I'm fighting Senshai now. Do I believe that I could, like right now, teleport to Muay Thai ring with Senshai and end up winning? I believe that I could. I believe that I could. I believe that I could end up because I have the belief, faith in myself, that I could end up winning. Now, that's not the same as saying 100% I would win, or that the reason that I say that is because he's an easy guy to win against. So it's the faith in what I can accomplish that makes me able to go, this story I did, I feel like I could end up winning. Understand? So it's like, there's more. Now, when I thought about this before, it's hypotheticals. It's like, if I watch training footage of Senshai or Tony Ferguson, and I start thinking, I start plotting, I start thinking, so what if I was in the ring? Like I said, what if I fought him? Like seeing him train, so what if I was in front of anyone? And I start thinking about if I fight the person. So basically, having had this one moment like that where I'm playing up with it and kind of as a mental thinking, and that can actually be part of your training too, not just for goofy stuff, but part of my training sometimes is I'm training something. In my mind, I'm thinking about possibly like a certain opponent or something like this. It's like if I'm training Muay Thai, it's like, what if Senshai stood in front of me and it wasn't the bomb? It's like, what might I be? What might happen? It's like if I'm training and it's not the bomb, it's like, what if Senshai was there and this was a Muay Thai fight? What might happen? Well, his leg might move up here or something like this suddenly, or he might do this and then be like, well, what could I do if he does that? He moves to the side, dodge the teep, and he's a one. Do you understand? So it's like things like this. So that's the point. Now, when I thought about like put myself in the mind like in a Muay Thai fight against the Senshai or something like this, something that I would like to do before that. So there's other people I feel like I could walk around like right now I could beat Ryan Garcia in a boxing match. Just right now, understand? Like he teleports in here right now I could end up winning a boxing match against Ryan Garcia. No 6-month training camp, no nothing. Just as is right now. Right now I can feel that I will be able to beat Ryan Garcia. I can feel it, understand? In my finger and in my bones. So anyway, support. Now, could is not the same as saying would 100% certainly. Okay. But could. Okay. So, when I thought about that, it's like if I would fight Senshai, I want this good Muay Thai fighters. One of the things that I've gone to say, I'd like to condition my shin bones more. See, that if I knew that I'm gonna take a fight, it's not a war, you're gonna have to fight this guy. But it's like there's like he challenged me to fight, I accepted, and we're gonna have a fight. One thing that I'd like to do is to condition my shin bones more. So I feel I already have the speed and the power. I have enough technique to be able to hurt them. I have a chance to defend against things and stuff. So it's like the power is on par. I can hurt them with some of the techniques I've been training. If I can land them not on the dummy, but essentially, I could hurt them, like the elbows and some of the kicks. I could hurt them if I land on them. Stand on land on Plymouth Rock will land all day. Okay, so that's the point. Now, one thing that I would like to do, I'd like to have more conditioned shin bones. Okay, because you gotta be checking kicks and like eating kicks, taking kicks to your legs from something like Senshai, Boka, or Rotang, all these people. It's like you don't want to have soft shins. You want to have iron shins. Okay, you want to have strong shin bones. I wouldn't want to have like a Conor McGregor or Chris Weidman, was it? I wouldn't want to have a leg break. So these people's shin bones are closer to steel than bone in some ways. They can kick all kinds of stuff. So yeah, no, yeah. I possibly if I would gotta hit him, like my signature move would be that I turn around and donkey kick him in the nuts like this. Like, turn around and hit him. It's a special move. It's a special move. Turn around and then kick him like a horse. Kick you like a horse, a mule. Where it's here. Here's my surprise move. Now we're doing it with the athleticism enabled, not like explain it slowly. It has to be quick. So it's like if you break it down into segments, into parts, it'll be from here, turn around, it's all like the Bruce Buffer. And that's hold the leg up like this. And I'm not aiming for his nuts, but if the nuts get hit, shit happens. I'm aiming for here, understand? So just gotta get him here. Speak for which you might get into throwing a few kicks. Sleepless in Seattle, sleepless in Sweden, throwing kicks in the night. So yeah, I'm leaving it. Just pour me up another cup of coffee. I like it, people don't get it. It's like you're barely hanging in there at this point. Yeah, so anyway, I go through kind of cycles where it's like there's a week where I don't check out any MMA channels, don't Google any fighters, don't look for any fights to look at, and I'm doing, and then I get into like it's like I do things in periods, in cycles, in seasons, kind of. That's how I'm not doing it. It's like I'm not really consistently regular. A lot of things I'm not consistently regular with it. It's not like every day. I go look at a certain sports channel and watch a video or something like this. It's like it could be a week where I'm not looking at sports channels or MMA channels or something like this. And then I get into it and I get into the mode. One of the benefits is, I said this before, strong people get inspired and weak people get envious. So if I'm self-analytical and look extra analytical, whatever, there's a lot of people that see people doing shit online, and what they do as a response is just to go and hate on them in the comment section. That's quite common with men now. Young men that see another guy doing athletic shit on camera, and what they do is go and hate on in the comment section. See, rather than like, do you understand? It's like it would be less weird. It'd be like they see me getting athletic and be like, I'm gonna show this guy, and be like at Mike SAHA. Do you understand? It's like when I have a live stream training, bodybuilding type stuff, weightlifting or athletics, and somebody sees a guy training on camera show up and be like, they start hating on it. It's like, notice how they're not going, guys training, I'll go live training right now. And it could be even aggressive, even aggressively. It'd be less toxic. It's just pathetic, loosey stuff to be like, just respond by hating on it. You see some guy doing some athletic stuff and exercising, training something. You understand? It'd be less toxic to respond to seeing a guy training on camera in a live stream. To go like, I'll go live and like at mention, Mike SAHA, you ain't shit, look at this training. And they go live and work to like outshine or something like this. Do you understand? Now, how often does that happen? It's like, it doesn't. So anyway, here's the point. I get inspired by things. And inspired doesn't mean that I had to be a fan, okay? I'm not a fanboy of anybody. But it's like if I open up Instagram and there's certain channels I take a look at sometimes, like martial artists, and sometimes they upload training footage and stuff. I gotta take a supplement here. Here you go. Yeah, so a lot of times I see somebody training martial arts, somebody's on Instagram, some athlete, and it gets me fired up and feel like training myself. That's one of the things that one of the benefits. So I don't aim to be a person who's like stuck in the sidelines looking at other people doing things. I spend more time producing content than I spend consuming it. I spend more time making live streams, videos on YouTube than watching. I spend more time making podcasts than watching podcasts. I would say that would hold through the math like on a year. Hours spent podcasting, and then we can get into what counts as a podcast. If I'm on camera live talking for 3 hours, you could call it a podcast. Now you could go what to call it a podcast needs to have a guest and good lighting or whatever, but it's a point. You don't want to, so let's get into a little bit of my 2 cents and teaching and stuff. There's a problem with young men being ephemeral. And young men wasting their thought of prime too. Where there's too many guys in their 20s with dad bods. Which, you understand, there's too many guys in their 20s and 30s with dad bods. And basically, a lot of people are wasting their male prime playing video games and looking at sports rather than like while being a man in his 20s and 30s getting into a sport. And it doesn't have to be that you're doing it professionally, but like doing something, a solo sport, a team sport, whatever. Because it's like there's certain seasons in life. And fighting is a young man's game, typically, which means your 20s and 30s is when it's more natural for you to be doing sports. Okay. Here's another thing. I've noticed is that people that like show up being old. It's like it's a podcast guest, some guy's like 86, I used to be a bodybuilder for this. You can tell that even if they stopped training for like 10 years, a lot of them, you can like tell that they have been working out real hard at some point. So I do believe simply that if you exercise hard until like 50 in a certain way, and then you stop like completely, there can still be some lasting positive effect from having had a big chunk of your life of exercising a lot. There's another thing. Maybe I really should make more videos like what I was doing earlier today, where I'm making videos. Hey, athletes,
targeting athletes especially. Like here's things you can learn for recovery, for enhanced performance, for combat sports, protect yourself from brain damage and things like this. And it's things that I've been doing, but maybe I have to do it more. And work to reach a certain subsection of population that might be more open to. Now the confidence that I have is it's like I talk a big game, but it's like I know it's like when I make videos, I'm not a sensationalistic person who makes things up. It's like I'm better than Tony Jeffries. When I say this, because I'm sure that that's true. I'm certain that that's true what I said about Tony Jeffries, that he's a shill, that I'm more competent than he is when it comes to teaching people how to mitigate brain damage, prevent, deal with pre-existing, so on and so forth. And I do believe certainly, I'm sure, that my health fitness advice is better than his. Tony Jeffries has really pissed me off several occasions. Really irked me like in a bad way. It's irked me in a bad way. There's a seagull there. Black wingtips. A lot of birds of the type that I see in the neighborhood, how they fly, like crows and magpies and doves, pigeons, and seagulls, is the pattern is that how they operate, how they fly, is they flap their wings a lot to gain altitude. They catch a current, like an upwind, and then they ride it. They become a glider. So the main, like the flapping, is either to break the fall as the landing, or to gain altitude and find a wind current to ride, and then they glide. So that's what I see. So a lot of the birds here, Swedish birds in this neighborhood, that I see, that's like their how they fly. It's like they spend a time they're on the ground, they're flapping, or in a tree, and they want to go up. They flap a lot. There's a lot of exerts, a lot of energy. There's a lot of flapping going on to gain altitude. And what they're doing is they're looking for a current, like an upwind to ride. So it's like they're not looking to keep flapping all the time. They're flapping to find like a jet stream, like to find like a ride they can get, and then they become a glider. So they're energy efficient. It's like if they're sitting on a corner up there, that's a spot where they like to sit. And they're gonna go down there. They're not gonna like flap up and like it's like they glide down, and then they might flap a little bit to slow down. And the smaller the bird, the more flapping. There's less wind, like wing surface area to glide. I guess I reckon that's how it works. It's like there's more lift. The larger the wings, the more lift you can have from the wind, and like angling the wings the right way. So it's like body size to wing ratio, and like total weight to wing size and things like this. One of the things that I like when I went to on a day trip to I actually was live-streamed that. They went a day trip to a lake and were grilling there and stuff. On the way there, I saw either an eagle or a falcon. So sometimes you go in the countryside, you see rare birds. Like here, I'm not seeing like those type of birds, but sometimes if I go somewhere like to the countryside, you go past farmers field and stuff, you see hawks, and at least once I've seen an eagle somewhere. thank God another day. Living life.
I saw, I got to teach another thing. True love is jealous love. I don't care if you agree with it or not. I'm not here to people please and be accepted, okay? I have beliefs to contradict the norm. So, here's another thing. True love is jealous love. Mike SAHA psychology. True love is jealous love. I said it. Okay, and I said it before. I didn't come up with this now. It's not that just a reactive opinion, which like someone says I need to say the opposite. No. True love is jealous love. I saw a post on Facebook today. It was a cop, a female police officer, a woman. I don't know if from Adam or bar soap. Wouldn't trust her with a 10-foot pole with bar soap at the end of it. Okay. If I was called Adam, I wouldn't trust her with a 10-foot pole with a bar soap at each end. So, anyway, there's a female cop and they had like PSA. Sometimes it's like it shows up in Facebook, like random stuff. Sometimes there's a Swedish Prime Minister and another guy who clicked politics posts a lot. But it's like, so it shows up the Swedish Prime Minister, we shouted at Timber. And it's like to rub the salt in the wounds. I'm already struggling here. It's like we're gonna make it even harder for you to survive or something like this, okay? And I'll be like, enough is enough. I'm getting into politics, okay? I'm gonna have to make videos about this. So it's like, it's a point. Yeah, by the way, it was a post I opened up Facebook. It's like, real love. Love is not supposed to be jealous or controlling or something. And like, it's like the turning punch ball. Like a lot of things they say might be correct. It's like, I guess they talk about domestic abuse and violence. I get a lot of calls, and it's like they make videos for women to be like to know you got a problem and stuff like this. And one of the things that true love is a svartsjuk. It's not jealous. I beg to differ. I command to differ, as a matter of fact. Okay, so it's a point. I object. So it's the thing. Objective form. Okay. Section sub D objective form. Okay, whatever. Here's a point. So here's the thing. So the point is this: true love is jealous love. I said, true love is jealous love. True love is jealous love. Da, 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 da. No. True love is jealous love. It's not. It is. It's two. Okay. It's two. Marcus is loud. It's two. Okay. It's two. It's jealous. It's love. It's you. It's you. It's me. It's you. You're jealous. Love. It's two. Okay. Jealous love. Sitting in a tree. Holding hands and kissing. What it is. So it's the point. Yeah, it's two. Ditto. Yeah. Hey, Mike. You're an idiot. Psych. No, you. Okay. It's you. No, Mike, it's you. No, Is idiot. Is true. Me? No. Oh, it's true you. It's true, it's you. Yeah. Take that. Yeah. Way to go. Yeah. So yeah. Remember it first. True love is jealous love. I said it. True love is jealous love. God is jealous love. So it's like, whoa, quality argument. Mike says a bold claim here that true love is jealous love. Where it's, I'm not surprised that it's upside down, bro. But it's like, there's a lot of people who's like, yeah, it's bad. It's looked down on. It's like if your spouse is like jealous of you and like jealous and be like, I don't like you hanging out with guys or something like this. It's like that's jealousy. True love is jealous love. True love is possessive and jealous. True love is possessive and jealous. Mike said, true love is jealous. Another quote. New picture in the dictionary. So that is the point. This life is moved on here. That's one. True love is jealous love and possessive. So that's descriptors. True love is what? It's jealous and possessive. See, my wife. See, my husband. So you can't have true love without being possessive. See, it's my wife. See, my husband. See, not yours, not theirs. It's mine. See, it's true love is possessive to the core. True love is possessive love. Okay, you are my wife. See, so true love is possessive. It's like you are mine, I am yours. See, not as an object in a way whereby true love is possessive, and true love is jealous. That true love is possessive and jealous. God is a jealous God. So if being jealous is a bad thing in relationships, God is the standard. Which like what is God can't do anything wrong. God is entirely non-toxic. There's nothing in his behavior, character, nature, sentiment, temperament, thoughts, feelings, anything that is bad, negative, toxic, wrong. Okay. So if God, when he has love, is jealous, that is a quality argument that jealousy in love is not bad, because God can't be bad in any way. See? So, yeah, true love is jealous love. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. True love is jealous love. True love is jealous love. All the way. All the way. Which means if you don't have jealousy, you don't truly have love. So, now what does jealousy mean? It means that you're really averse to the idea that the object of your love, like the person you love, would be loved and loving someone else in the same way. See, do you understand? That's true love is jealous love. So, what does it say in the Bible? The Lord our God is a jealous God, I think it says. So, a lot of times human relationships, it's like they apply to the God to man relationship, where the church, the body of Christ, Christians are in the feminine capacity to God, the bride of Christ, and God is the man in the relationship, and as a Christian, you are in the feminine capacity, meaning you are to submit to Jesus, you are to obey, you are to. Do you understand? So in every way, even a man who's a Christian is acting in the feminine capacity towards God, or ought to, because you ought to submit to Christ. He's the powerful. See, so if you look at it, you're in the feminine capacity. Is what I'm arguing. A Christian to Jesus, to God, is similar to a wife to a husband, because you are to be submissive, you are to obey God, Jesus. He is the powerful one that's your provider and protector, see? So God is your provider and protector, and you are not, as a Christian, the one providing and protecting God. So God provides and protects for you, and he's your guide and everything else. So anyway, I'm gonna finish up. I gotta charge up my phone, get some more caffeine to the body. So we gotta finish on disclaimers. I made some jokes and talked about medical stuff, so don't try anything sim doing this live stream at home. And don't try anything sim doing this live stream at home. And let's just pull up the disclaimer. I got a graphic. Got a graphic here. Disclaimer stunts. Yeah. Seems to be lagging. Click in, but it's got this lag effect. See, I'm clicking here, but nothing's happening. I have my little toilet paper gloves here. I use household paper, toilet paper very creatively. I use it for like other people have like a duke, what's it called? To make on the table they have a cloth to put in. I use paper towel. I use it as gloves. So whatever, that's the point. I gotta finish up. I've been live for 4 hours and it becomes a good number to run it off as far as I'm concerned. Let's finish on this. So do the disclaimer here, mirror disclaimer. Nothing I've said in this live stream is to be taken as medical advice. It's my personal opinion. I'm not a medical professional. Talk to a doctor before making any change to diet, lifestyle, supplementation, medication. And do not try anything you've seen in this live stream at home. The stunts performed in this video are performed either by trained professionals under the supervision of trained experts. Okay. Under the supervision of. So it's so it's I have seen the travail which God had given unto men to be exercised and so forth. He has made everything beautiful in his time. Also he set the world in hold so that no man can find out the work that God made from the beginning to the end. So they be therefore to end things and rest. So let's finish on this. Crying out loud. If you're not a Christian, I would recommend it to become one. Because if you don't, you're gonna have to spend a turn in the lake of fire. Which, unlike what Kirk Cameron says, it's not. So basically, what is what's not. The Bible teaches eternal conscious torment. Okay, I've been teaching for a long time, but I saw another passage acronym, so it's like, well, it actually works. It's a simple way. Okay, to as a tag, like the concept. So, the Bible teaches that if you go to the lake of fire, which we spend eternity, you don't spend eternity in hell. You do go to hell if you die lost, but you don't spend eternity in hell if you die lost. Now remember, I'm not the guy who decides if you die lost or not. It's like, don't shoot the messenger, be butthurt to me, because I'm telling you you're going to burn in hell and then the lake of fire. I'm telling you what the Bible teaches. And that's what I go by. That's what I hold to be the truth. So, if you don't like it, then take it up with God. So anyway, here's the point. The Bible teaches that you spend eternity conscious in the lake of fire. Which means what? Awake and aware, okay? You spend eternity. If you go to the lake of fire, which most people unfortunately will. Most people throughout history end up in the lake of fire, statistically. It's like 99% of people born go to the lake of fire. 99 plus. Okay, at least 99% of people that are born end up going to the lake of fire. They're headed for the lake of fire. There's nobody in the lake of fire yet. No humans in the lake of fire. There's humans in hell, and they're going to get cast in the lake of fire. And God doesn't force anybody to go to hell. Only people that don't choose to not go, they go there. And every person has the option to choose to not go to hell. Which means God has made it possible for every person to receive salvation from hell, lake of fire, and spend eternity with Him in heaven. But it's like people are willfully rejecting the truth and not caring about getting right with God. And if they stay the way, they end up being on the wrong side of eternity. So, if you're not a Christian, I recommend you to become one before you die. And if you don't become a Christian, you don't get saved, you'll have to spend eternity in the lake of fire. And whosoever was not found written in the book of life was cast in the lake of fire. So if you're not saved, your name is not written in the book of life. That's what the Bible teaches. Which means you'll be cast in the lake of fire. And what does that mean? That means getting thrown into a lake of fire and you stay in there, being in the lake of fire, burning, in the lake which burned with fire and brimstone, which is the second death. And you'll have no rest day, no night. So if soul sleep was true, there'd be rest, see? Where it's like what atheists teach, like soul sleep, which like what happens, common misconception, like common but false belief that people had, like atheists, like, yeah, what happens when you die, guy, man on the street into you? It's like, I guess you just go black and it's like falling asleep and then waking up again, kind of. Well, there'd be rest, see? When you fall asleep, there's a lot of people that sleep and wake up and don't remember their dream. It's just they spend 8 hours not knowing anything, feeling, thinking anything. Just that's quite common. It's not that every person every night has like wakes up and remember all the dreams. There's a lot of people just go to sleep, wake up, and after 8 hours, and it's as if they just close their eyes for a second or something like this. Okay, so it's the point. Asking for friends. It's the point. Now I did have a dream the other day, and maybe they could. Yeah, so I had a dream. I remember, like rare form that I remember dream. I remember it like vaguely at this point, where it's like I was the first person viewing the dream, rummaging through, and it's like I found coins that I was like, grabbing coins, Swedish 10 crowns with like a dollar coin, okay, roughly equivalent to a dollar, 10 kronor, and they're like gold, bronze colored, but like gold colored, and it was like at a low level, okay, and it's like possibly like the bottom was covered, something like this. It's like, it was down low and kind of dark, as I remember it, and it's like the feeling was like I found money and now it's about getting it, and it's like 10 crowns, Swedish 10 crowns, and it's like here and there, and okay, so possibly if I said that into like the Jew Council as like a fan mail, and it's like, I understand that they could have me as an honorary Jew or something like this. They could let me in. I understand. This guy's just like us, I understand. I understand this guy. This guy is relatable to us. Okay. He's got funny hats and haircuts. The type of guy have funny hats and haircuts. And like despised and rejected by a lot of people. And blamed for evils in society. Okay. And loves money. Understand? It's like he's dreaming of money. Understand? They're like a kid at Christmas. It's like I have dreams of like money. As soon as I see, notice the instinct is to start hoarding it in the dream. It's like the inhibitions turn off. It's like at daytime I'm not covetous and greedy, but it's like if I analyze the dream, it's like discovering value. And then instantly it switches to act like this money here, begin hoarding it, commence hoarding it immediately, understand? It's like get as much as you can, understand? Just get, so that I remember that it was download something, maybe a bottom cupboard or floor something, but it's like there's something, and it's like scattered, where it's like, oh, there's 10 crowns. It's like a 10 crown coin here, and I start collecting them. So possibly if I send that in as like a to one of these like Jewish newspapers, like the ADL or the okay, and they have like well, you can write like opinion pieces of this. You go like a story of my dreams, okay, and possibly have a dream interpreter over there as a Jew. So anyway, here's the point. It'd be like the meaning of a dream is you have to collect more money and then hand it over something like this to us. Okay, you have to send it in next time. We don't waste our time talking about your dreams of money. We're about the real deal. Next, it's like the dream, the interpretation is if they're like a psychologist there, and it'd be like a Jews, and you go, yeah, the interpretation of the dream is you need to collect as much money as possible and send it to us. Okay, next time don't send like a dream testimonies that send us money out of that. That's what I want, dude. I want money. They say the best things in life are free, but love won't pay my bills for me. I want money, dude. That's what I want, dude. I want money. That flying lizards, okay. That's what they play for when they dig in the tunnels under the synagogues in New York. They have that, like as a on the job they had to play a loudspeaker. It's like when they dig in the tunnels. And it's like, once I started thinking about it, it's like I believe in a cartoon. It was like the news story breaks, the Jews are being exposed for like digging tunnels. Understand? It's like, understand? It's like, that'd be like, it's my take. It's like, where, if this conspiracy is like speculation, what is the tunnels, where do they lead, what is the purpose, the intent, like where are they going? Why are they digging them? Understand? What are these tunnels? Okay. It's like, my take would be, if you trace the tunnels, it's like they're gonna lead to like the basement of Fort Knox, and one of them, and another branch like a 40, like it's gonna be like it's like a mainline one, and it branches off, and one goes to the basement of Fort Knox, like the Die Hard movie where they have like the gold bars there, and then they're gonna have another one that goes into the White House, where like to the room, like a trap door, where there's a room like with the very levels of power, understand? Where it's like if you get into this room, that's where the levels of power are. And it got like a trap door that come up like a mole. You know, the blind ones with the claws. There's like creatures like this in the big tunnels. There's animals in Sweden. And they consider as pests, unfortunately. But they move on. They have like a mole, and they're like practically blind, okay? They might have the level of sensitivity they can detect light. Okay, oh, I'm in the open air, there's light. Oh, it's dark, something like this. But it's a okay. But it's like moles, and they're blind, and they have like claws, and they're digging tunnels. And what they do is like they're digging tunnels to get the value. They come up in a farmer's field, understand? And be like, oh, it's food. It's like carrots that I didn't pay for. It's like free food. Somebody else's harder, and it's like plotting on where he's gonna pop up next. It's like next time I pop up in a homeless shelter and get the last apple or something. It's okay. So anyway, the point. It's like, where do the Jews tell it? My take would be this, like this probability if you're a betting man, it's gonna lead to the basement of Fort Knox, like where they have the gold bars, the Fort Knox. And then it's gonna be a branch, could be like a Y, and it could be a main one, it branches off to Fort Knox basement, another one goes to the White House, and whatever the room is, the like house is the actual, like the little levers of power. Where it's like there's a room, there's like this, you pull this like tariffs up, taxes down, more tyranny, less. Okay, it's like the very levers of power. They believe in one of the towers, definitely gonna believe there. Understand? Definitely, 100%. So it's a good report. Yeah. So it's actually, so they had to do disclaimers now. Yeah, we had to do a disclaimer. So part of this live stream has been a live comedy performance, live comedy set. We were shot on location in Oxelösund, Sweden, something like this. So yeah, live is part of this live stream has been a. So when I do this, a lot of times I tell this is like a live comedy. There's more of a disclaimer than like marketing, understand? Because it's like anti-marketing. If like you're cracking jokes and being goofy, and you go like, these are jokes, funny jokes, but this kind of you can take the info out of it. So anyway, that's the point. Yeah, I don't care. I'm pro-Jew. I'm pro-Jew, understand? I'm pro-Jew, okay? And I don't care if that's unpopular. I'm pro-Jew. Okay, I'm pro-Jewish. Oh, but Mike, the Jews are doing this bad thing allegedly. Did I say I'm pro-Jews doing bad things? In actuality or allegedly? No. So that's like this is like a lot of level arguments that you get if like a Christian, I'm pro-Israel. And then if I could make videos more like that, I have more people in comments be like, so you're for genocide and drinking baby blood or something like this. It's like, no, I didn't say that. I said I'm pro-Jew, pro-Israel. Okay? So I'm pro one for my wife. I'm not for her eating sugar. Okay? And if she'd be like, wake up tomorrow, be different, but I'm gonna become a serial killer, I'd be like, I'm against that. Okay, see? But I'd still be for her. And the reason I'd be against that behavior would be because I'm for her. See? And also myself. So it's a point. Mainly myself, but here's the point. So it's a joke. I gotta finish up. 4 hours, 14 minutes, 53 seconds. We've been living the life, making the videos, live streaming. And this is most likely not the last live stream I'm gonna do. I got things to do. I got things to do. Time flies. Time flies. Another thing I like about this knife, finish up on that, might do a review on it, I like it. It has 3 bolts on it. And it's either M-A-K-A or Maku. There's a Maku brand. Kitchen knife. If you got into Kill Bill, the knife would be kitchen death. Okay. The part of the Quentin Tarantino movie, what's it called? The Kill Bill. The whole bloody film Kill Bill. There was a knife fight between a black woman and a white woman, Uma Thurman. I don't know who the actor was, that other person. But the plot is like a retired assassin or something like this, and she's got a normal life now, got a kid, and she's like living the suburban life. Uma Thurman shows up looking for blood, for vengeance. And it ends up, spoiler alert, it ends up, when you're done spoiling it, you get him to learn. So, it's like once the kid is missing, it's a random alert. So once I spoil it, I'll give you the alert there. Okay, so here's the plot, this is how it movie ends, spoiler alert. So here's the point. So there's a fight where they start fighting each other in the kitchen with kitchen knives and stuff. It's real risky stuff. Don't be fighting people with knives. And that is very dangerous. It's like the human bodies can be hurt. If you start fighting people with knives, don't be surprised if somebody gets hurt somehow. Understand? It's not a safe activity to do. So anyway, here's the point. I'm gonna finish up for real now. 4:17. Finish up the point. So yeah, if you're not a Christian, meaning if you're not saved, you're not sure where you're going when you die. You can become sure. You can receive salvation from what? From hell, the lake of fire, by simply trusting, believing what God wants you to trust and believe. What does God want to trust and believe in? Lord Jesus Christ is finished work on the cross. Christ Jesus died for sins on the cross, was buried, rose again from dead the third day. So get that out of the way. And I don't count that as the highest of gospel message I can give you, but it's what I said is true. And you can watch my other videos if you want to hear more about this. So this could be another video. Today I was feeling extra concerned, so I put extra stuff in here because I could feel the bad motor in there. That I could feel like there was an accident just waiting to happen today. So it's like this intuition was, it's like I can feel the bad motor in there. That it's like I understand. I feel like it's like I can feel that the number might come up. I feel like there might be. I understand. Sometimes I train, I'm about to train, and I don't feel like it's risky, but this time I felt like there's something's wrong. I can feel it, that something's wrong. Okay? It's like, and I put like some extra stuffing in my Christmas stocking here. To keep the blood inside the body in case something wild happen. Just to keep it in there. Keep it right in. So it's more. There's some extra layers here, so if I would do some, well, but I said, we gotta finish up. Okay, enough is enough already. Knock it off. It's way past your bedtime. It's school night tomorrow. Do your homework. Yeah. So don't be surprised I go live again. I get into I call it a manic state. Now that might be exaggerating. If I go to psychologist, if I get sword again and I'm talking to a psychiatrist, but hey, just curiosity. It's like you ask me questions, and we might ask you a few questions. It's like I might use the word mania, right, or manic. Okay. Sometimes it's like if I don't sleep all night, it's like I end up being too hyped up and energized to be able to fall asleep. But I end up being up all night and the following day. And correlated with that, it's like I get like super hyped up in high gear, and it's like locked into high gear go mode, and it's like, and that's what I mean by manic. Okay, and it might be that it needs to have some other components to classify the DSM-4 or 5 as manic. So basically, I have this thing happen sometimes where I can't sleep
and I'm hyped up and energized. And it takes some time and work to dial down and so. Anyway, I'm gonna finish up. There's pretty much trying to teach my fingers and find my hands to walk. People go, Mike, you train martial arts. And sometimes you seem to think like you're doing well at it. It's no one else for this. But you're using some Eastern myths of laws or something, it's like some Pharisee. I've dealt with Pharisees like this before. Well, if it's a secular book or something, doesn't mean that it's of Satan, okay? It's no part of man or it's drinking God's blood or something like this. And if you had your senses discerned, like exercise for research use discerned, you become less vulnerable to the things of bad, see? So it's like, you shouldn't be a person where you can't read something that's error in it by being overcome by error like almost automatically, see? I watch people are heretics all the time. I can watch Calvinists all day, every day. I could be like, watch John Piper, John MacArthur, that's like a morbid curiosity. Keep watching videos, and they never get the point like, I'm a Calvin now, understand? Just because it's not like I'm so weak mental that I can't watch a liar without being deceived, see, like by default. And unfortunately, a lot of people are so weak mentally in discernment. It's like if they're watching something bad, it really rubs off and almost like by default. That if they spend time listening to somebody work to deceive them, they be deceived, see. And you shouldn't be like that. You should be less and less like that over time, for sure. So, anyway, I gotta finish up now. And don't forget to subscribe to my channel. Save a bookmark to this channel. Copy the channel link. Save it as a bookmark if you want to be able to watch my future live streams and content. Because I do seriously suspect that even sometimes if people subscribe, they get unsubscribed. That people subscribe to me, the subscription doesn't stick. I suspect that could be happening. Put it like that. So if you want to ensure that you catch my future content, if I go live again 2 hours from now, I would recommend that you copy, like save my channel as a bookmark or something like this, or the channel link in a text document, or figure out what words to put to circumvent the shadow banning and find my channel search results. There's a lot of channels I'm not subscribed to, and if I want to see what Apple reads, I type it in manually. Okay. So, salvation is by faith alone, which means only faith and not works. A common misconception is works have a part to play, either entirely, mostly, partially, or a little bit, okay? Which is not the truth. A little bit of works cancel out salvation. You need a little leaven at the whole lump.